Holy moly. Where did this day go? I swear, I woke up this morning and it was Sneeze City. I have no idea what kicked it up. I could not stop. It was so damned annoying. And I wound up popping some allergy meds, and so many of those seem to have, like, I don't understand the chemical science of it. I'm sure it's fairly basic. I'm sure someone in chat is going to type it up as I say this, but it seems like the strategy is, well, if you're unconscious, then you won't be suffering from allergies, so why don't we just knock you right out right quick. So yeah, long nap, which is where most of the daylight went, and then I got up and I'm like, oh I'm streaming today. Oh no, I'm supposed to do the model, I didn't prep it. Oh god. But you know what, I've got enough on my desk to work on without having to work on that, noble lord. So let's just work on what we got in front of us. How about that? Mr. Square Peg, welcome in, Data Nerd, Kursala to Square, Time Stop, and Pun Expected. How we all doing tonight? I hope y'all are having a good evening. Evening as of 5 o'clock, with the combination of winter coming on and daylight savings rolling us back, falling back, as it were. Sundown is now at 5 p.m. here. Just fucking, it's always a little weird, like, no matter how many times it happens. Because I remember the days in the summer when sun doesn't go down until like 9 p.m. And now it's dark by 5:15. I meant to get into I was supposed to go into not Home Depot, but Lowe's today, because I need to get a new storm door for my separate game room and pick up a couple of other small items. I need a new mailbox. How often do people replace mailboxes? I realize that with all the places I've lived over the course of my life, admittedly, renting the vast majority of them, I have never once purchased a mailbox. But for the first time in my life, I found myself in the position of like, well, that's my mailbox. It's where they put nobody's gonna replace it, and it's kind of falling apart. I guess I have to think about buying a what do you look for in a mailbox? What are features in a mailbox that you want? I've never moved past the basic, just like tin, half dome shape box. But I gather that there are other ones, like complex plastic ones and ones with crazy shit on them, and I don't have to, like, do some big complex maneuver or anything. I don't have problems with people knocking it over. I don't need to, like, drive a 9-foot steel pipe into the ground or anything, but I'm just thinking, like, what do I want in a mailbox? I think ultimately I'm gonna buy, whatever's cheapest. I think that's gonna be it. I think just whatever has the lowest fucking price. And they're like, yeah, that'll do it. Can they put mail in it? Yeah, okay, good. Let's put it up. Let's move on. Super not good to see you, my friend. Avash? Nobody today. Nobody today, Avash. Oh my god. You're gonna have to bear with me a little bit though, because man, I got the brain foggies tonight, so obviously I need to be drinking. That's gonna help things, like a whole lot, I'm pretty sure. On the topic of mailboxes, 3D printing a large spider and putting it on the mailbox next year. You do is you somehow rig it so that you can have, like, big nasty spider legs inside the mailbox that, like, creep a little bit when you open the door. So somebody, like, opens it, goes to reach inside, and they see big legs in the shadows going... Like that fucking game. What was that creepy game? With the... It was side scroller, everything was in shadows, and there was like a giant spider that chased you. I can't remember what it was. The spider was like a regular antagonist for a lot of the game. Limbo. Yes. Skull Fairy, pun expected, thank you. I'm thinking of Limbo. It would like stab you with its spider leg if you didn't move sometimes. Oh god, what a horrifying image. Why is the Season 2 AOT theme such a banger? Sheza, Attack on Titan has some of the best intros in the history of anime. Attack on Titan Season 1, I think, is like... You'd have to get pretty into the details to argue that there is a better anime intro. It's just so fucking catchy. Like, there's some out there that I probably like more. I think I like the intro to... Trigun's good, don't get me wrong. The intro to Space Dandy, I think it might be better. But that AOT Season 1 intro is fucking amazing. And then the next one they have up, Wings of Freedom, that's also a good intro. And then it just nosedives. Like, the intro for the second half of Season 2, all the intros for Season 3 are, like... They must have fans. There must be people who... Cowboy Bebop is a great one. There must be people who are like, I really like Attack on Titan Season 3's Part 1 intro. I'm sure you exist out there, wherever you are in the internet. You confuse me, but I'm sure you're there. And then there is Attack on Titan Season 4 intro, which I have to say, Sheza, just blows everything out of the water for me. I can't quite put my finger on what it is about the Attack on Titan Season 4 intro. It reminds me of a song that Ghost would do. It's like this really weird, dark, kind of poppy tune set to some really weird visuals and really intense colors and kind of psychedelic imagery, metaphorical and very, very literal upsetting imagery in some cases. It's, as much as I like the first few intros for AOT, just go, you know what, if you're sitting at your computer box right now, like Heresy Killer is, lurking with them biddies. Thank you so much, Heresy Killer. How you doing today? We need a shout-out, by the way. We need a couple shout-outs if we haven't had one. We need one for Pun Expected. Most certainly, we need one for Sheza. We need one for Heresy Killer. Guys, if these are people who, if you're not following them here on Twitch, you really should be. And then we got Josh Foreman. That Josh Foreman guy coming in with a raid right at the beginning of the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome in, folks. Josh Foreman, have I ever been in your chat? When people raid me, I like to at least find out if I'm following them. Let me have a look here real quick. I don't know that I am. Ooh. Ooh, he's an artist who does interesting things. Oh my, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Look at all this foam cutting. Let's go ahead and drop a follow there. Oh, now I'm listening to myself in an echo. Thank you, Twitch. That's not off-putting at all. My. Do sculpting and terrain type stuff. Well, Josh, I'm gonna have to be sure to stop into your next one. The bot's busted again. Let me go ahead and fix that. Josh Foreman, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Josh. Welcome in, Josh's viewers. I hope you had a good stream. Let me check out the bot real quick. What were you working on today? Don't mind if you got a raid and run. By the way, you got a raid and run. You've been streaming. You should probably get up, stretch your legs, have something to drink. You know, do what you got to do, man. But thank you so much. Oh, let me see. It might just not be logged in. Yeah, for whatever reason, it was disconnected. Twitch bot should be connected now. Test it in just a minute, Kursala, if you don't mind. There we go. There we go. Poured my rum and coke way too heavy. No, that's just, no. No, Sheza. That's just called drinking. And that's just fine with me. Made a stylized mountain in XPS foam. XPS is a wonderful material. It was, when I started making terrain, when I first started wargaming, I was like styrofoam and did some paper mache, you know, build up an armature with like crinkled up tinfoil and like Mod Podge over the top of it and everything. And then I graduated to XPS foam, and that's where I lived for a long time. It is a fantastic material. It's, for anyone who doesn't know, XPS is that pink extruded if I'm not mistaken, it's extruded polystyrene. And it's used as insulation. You can get it in sheets, like 2x2 sheets. You can just pull it right out of a display thing at most of your big box hardware stores. And yeah, if you have like a hot wire cutter, it's so fucking easy to make things out of. And particularly for making terrain like hills, it's, I think, 1.5 inches, 2 inches thick. So it's just perfect for layering up and making hills out of. You kind of knock the corners off it. I'm gonna have to check out what you were working on, Josh. Did a couple tutorials for it on your YouTube channel. Hell yeah, man. I'm gonna stop in. I'm gonna have a look at what you've been making over there. I have a passion for terrain myself, though these days it's... I just 3D print everything. It's a sickness. It really is. I could probably hand make more things than I do, but I'm always like, yeah, but if I 3D sculpt it, then I can replicate it exactly over and over and over again. Like I said, it's a sickness. Hey, what's up, Langwin? How are you? Good to see you, man. Yeah, Josh, thank you so much for the raid. We're just getting started over here. Like I said, I hope you had a fantastic stream, my friend. We are doing fairly non-specific stuff tonight. I just have a bunch of stuff on my desk, so we're going to be doing some batch painting and working our way through a couple of projects. We might as well get started. So you're going to see up on the printer tonight, and I'm going to have to swap parts out for it. I'm sure if you've been paying any attention to the Discord, I don't think I've put this anywhere else. Is my white balance off? Seems like my white balance is a little funny tonight. I don't know why that is. Anyway, I'm really happy with this. It's so basic and it's not exciting looking in any way, shape, or form. And this is actually early prototype because I changed the nature of these little magnet holes here, which you can actually see on this one. Now the magnets, you can just barely see the shape of them here. It's because this is a 0.5 millimeter thick wall, and the magnets now go on the inside so that when they're magnetized to the plate, they're pulling outward as opposed to pulling out of their sockets. They're pulling into their sockets through the plastic, which should make them nice and strong. This is the 2-chamber wider version of the deck box, but I'm pretty happy with this mechanism. This is something I've been meaning to kind of refine for a while. It's very simple, but it's just really satisfying when it works. Yeah, Sheza, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen real soon, probably. Keep looking at that thing. That is the perfect statue, the one that Sheza shared. But you know, I've got too many types of deck box and too many cards for too many different games at the moment. So I decided I was just gonna go ahead and make my standardized deck box I've had in mind for a while. Uses these 4 magnet slots right here, so you can take a plate that has printed out exactly what you have in the box, magnetize it right to the front. You can pop it off with your thumbnail and swap it to something else if you want to use the box for something else in the future. It has 3 little doors on it. This one goes up like so. This comes up, around, over, and then it... Let's see if you can hear it. Let's see if you can hear it. There it is. I love this snap fit when I get it, because I had to go through 3 or 4 versions of this before I got it just right, but it snaps so nice. It snaps so nice. And then it opens up like that. Primarily so that you can have easy access to actually reach in and grab your cards. That has been a frustration I've had with deck boxes in the past. I need to adjust the fine dimensions of it still a little bit just to get it, you know, just right. Putting a lot of cards in at once, it can kind of bind up a little bit. But I'll go in like so. You can reach in and grab the actual cards because it opens up all the way down here. Lock it up. It's good and sound. This is the test I've been doing. I just turn it upside down and I shake it because I'm like, you know, it's a snap fit, but I'm going to be real embarrassed the first time I pack this and my cards come out. So I keep trying to find the threshold. And I mean, like, I got a full arm shake this. There it goes. Okay. So it can be done. But damn it, you really got to work for it. For packing up with your gaming supplies, I think this is a pretty good solution. And the idea is that this is going to be one of a few components that can fit together into a standard carrier, too. I got the lid for this one on the plate right now, so when that's done, I'm probably going to go ahead and assemble it. And this one just has a divider and more space in it. I got my cipher cards for Warcaster in there right now. Been here for almost 2 years, rolling. What a 2 years it's been. Time stop. I just haven't posted them because I'm a doo-doo face. They're right here, and they're done, and they're ready to print. And I just need to upload them to Thingiverse. Like, I did a couple of rounds of test printing on them, and I got it done, and I was like, awesome, I did this! And then I set it aside, and I started working on something else, and I forgot to post it. Whoopsies. I'll get that put up, though. And I just got I recently sleeved all my Conquest, the Last Argument of King cards. Last Argument of Kings, which I appreciate how they're doing these cards. The first few that you get in the starter box, let me find one of them. They had them, well, the Noble Lord comes in the starter box, and you can see they put his stats on the actual card. And then they did 1.5, and they changed around a lot of the stats, so the new ones just have a QR code. Which I think is a fairly elegant solution to both providing printed cards and also having a relatively living game system. Roland, thank you so much for the resub, by the way, man. 22 months. 22. Damn. But now you just, you scan it with your phone. You can pull up the unit's current stats. And then in the game, these are primarily to determine initiative order anyway. Yeah, you can expect to see a few variations of this box releasing from me in the near future. I'm also doing some, proprietary game-specific faceplates for this, along with logos. Those will not be for sale. I'm just going to let everybody know, those will not be for sale because I don't own any of the logos or anything used on those. Now, they may exist, and they may be very easily acquired. If you're interested in them, they just won't be for sale. That's all. This will be available. And the rest of those, you ask nice and you can pretty much get whatever you want. So until that lid finishes, I'm just going to set that box aside, then I think we'll go ahead and put that together. I did get some building done in the last day or two. Retio Santi, welcome in. You might remember my favorite model for Warcaster so far, the Nemesis Warjack for the Eternus Continuum. I finally got my Nemesis B variant in a different pose with a different head. Assembled and based and ready to start painting at long last. I really like the head on this guy. He's got like a real kind of raptor looking thing going on. Oh, there will, Data Nerd. Believe I put my logo on everything. It's kind of tasteless, but I do it anyway. Two of my favorite new models I kind of want to show off, which have just gotten to the point of being ready to paint. Worked at Privateer Press for a couple of weeks. How was that, Languin? These are the Raker models for the Eternus Continuum. They're all based and base-coated and ready to start painting on. I like these models a lot. Not so fun, huh? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. The folks are nice. Cybernetic good boys indeed. I like the way these things are built. They have these nasty, like, you can just kind of see the lower mandible on them. They just have 3 gnashing blades that are their face. And these are actually really cool models in like game rule terms, because you attach these to the infantry for the AC have been pretty poor. Why what is up with my white balance? Did I mess with it? Hang on. No, I guess it's okay. I don't know, maybe it's just the blue that's throwing it off, or maybe it's just my screen. Oh, I'm not going to worry about it. Either way, you can attach this to the Vassal Reaver Squad, which has been their basic infantry that's been available for so long. They have really, really good melee attacks, and they move fairly quickly, but they're really, really weak, so getting them into range to attack has been a big pain in the ass. This model you attach to that squad, it immediately extends its threat range, having this huge base, and it has ability that lets you go ahead and spend a resource to pounce 3 inches and make an attack. So this extends their threat range hugely, because you can pounce with this model 3 inches, make an attack, move everybody else as part of an advance at extra distance up into contact with whatever that they just attacked, and then have everybody attack them again. So this model is going to actually let me use my squads of crazed motherfuckers with fusion saws much more effectively. I'm looking forward to getting a chance to play with these over Thanksgiving with Hethrir. Also have a couple of models, I'm just going to show off what I've been building, have a couple of models on 40mm bases also for AC. This is one of their wildcard hero figures, a model that I really quite like, called Harlan Sek the Curator. He came with the second Kickstarter for Warcaster. He's a nice resin model. The only metal on this guy are his weapons, which I appreciate, and I want them to do more of, because the resin is really quite nice. And this dude just has a bunch of technology on him, so he can kind of pick what he's doing every turn. He's a nice little hero solo to use. And then we have the Grafter, which is one of my favorite models that I've had this guy for a while, and I haven't painted him yet, because he's kind of useless at skirmish scale games. His abilities don't really mean much when you don't have many models on the field. He can bring back warrior models, he can repair warjacks, like he's sort of a medic and support unit. But since we're going to be playing a full-size game, this guy suddenly makes a whole lot more sense. I really like this character. He has 2 little mechanical servo arms coming out of like a belly harness with these nasty little hooked blades on them. And then he has 1 pair of arms coming out of his abdomen. On one side there's like a pistol, on the other side he's holding what looks like a scalpel, and then another set of arms that appear to be his actual arms, one of which has this nasty serrated blade and the other has this spinning buzzsaw. He's just a fun figure. He's a big old chonky boy, and I'm gonna have some fun with this guy. Steel Rebel, good to see you. Welcome in. How you doing? You're up early, aren't you? Or at least on Twitch early. What else? What else? What else? Only 2 more things to show from my recent AC building extravaganza working with metal models. Once again, and we're going to be acrylic painting these guys in the coming weeks. The new Vassal squad for AC that I'm pretty excited about, the new Vassal Raiders. Finally, basic infantry for the Eternus Continuum that come with decent ranged weapons. These Spiker rifles are much, much better than the ranged weapons these guys generally come with. And I'm pretty excited about these guys. They can also bestow corrosion, which is an incredibly powerful status effect. These models are much more detailed and much crisper than the metal infantry figures have been previously in this line. So if this is indicative of generally increasing quality and greater use of resin from Privateer Press for this line, I'm excited about that. And last but certainly not least, they also released, as part of that Kickstarter, the light vehicles for each faction. And this is one I'm looking forward to. Now, I need to wait. I need to wait to paint this guy because most of the body is resin, and then these are metal, these 2 arms. And this one, I like to do the swappable weapons with magnets so that I can choose what weapon I'm using. This is not well built for magnets. And I think what I'm going to wind up doing is actually recreating this piece entirely in resin and changing some of the dimensions of it to suit magnets better so that I can actually hold the weapons that I want. So for right now, I'm leaving it at this level of assembly until I can figure out that part. But I think that one portion replaced with resin is going to be pretty nice. It's a really nice model. I love the design of this thing. It's like a big crate. It's got like a pod racer energy going on, with these 2 big engines up front and the pilot sitting back here. It's called the Scythe, which is really imaginative because it has this big scythe blade hanging off the side, and actually is a really cool attack where you can fly this over models and then you get to do a melee attack against each one because you just swing that blade down into them. It's a really neat figure. I love the kind of chunky far future designs that they've been doing for Warcaster. And this was my first opportunity to print out one of my vehicle bases that I made. I went ahead and added this slot for the flying stand that they include, so it locks in there real nice. One guy doing resin casting is a monster when it comes to doing the work. The resin that I have gotten from Privateer Press has all been really, really nice. The actual resin printed part, not printed, the resin cast parts are all really, really high quality. And the same goes for this. It's all like the surfaces are all very, very smooth. It's good and rigid. You don't have many, if any, casting defects. I think I have like 1 bubble on this, and it's on the bottom of it, so you'll literally never see it. It could look like the base came with the kit. Well, you know, it came with a base, just not this base. This is mine. My little Eternus Continuum environment that I whipped up. But I'm going to wait a little bit to paint this guy, because like I said, I want to make some printable modifications to it. Because the weapon's attached over here, so it's kind of counterbalanced with a weapon that's about this big. And then you can select what weapon you want. I like how it has, like, there's these little rails on the side, these little tracks. So it's like this arm and this arm can, like, move up and down, in theory. And, like, shift based on what it's doing. I don't know if I'm going to wind up getting another one of these at any point, but I'm really looking forward to getting this one painted. Either way, I wanted to get it to a point where it's based and primed so that I can at least play with it. Gotta have our minimum standards. Thanks for saying so, the Huff. So yeah, we got a few things to work on today, one of which I finally went ahead and attached Sanguinius to a base piece and filled in some texture, so I'm going to work in a little bit, probably just slapping down some oils on this base piece to kind of blend everything in, because I'm real close to just sealing this guy and calling it done. Oh, good old Sanguini. It's not a pasta dish, Stila, for the love of God. Alright. What else we got? I've been batch painting with oils, so I've got 3 groups of 4 going, and we're probably going to rotate through some of these and throw down a few colors. We got some Battletech, we got some Deadzone that I'm just trying to get speed painted. We're probably going to start with that. And then I have some Militia Bowmen for Conquest. We'll see if we get to those or not. I'm just going to start working and see how much we can get done tonight. You want to see the back of him? Yeah. Just make sure you have plenty of lozenges rolling. I'm pretty happy with how the cat pelt turned out on old Sanguini. Bunch of models with fully finished fancy bases, but the models are just primed. Yeah, it's just a workflow that I've developed recently, Kursala. I like painting things on their bases, but I like to do the bases separately so that because I hate painting bases with models already on them. It drives me crazy. I like having the bases completely free to do all the painting on them, so I end up painting the bases and then attaching the primed model to the finished base and then painting the model. I don't know that it's the most efficient workflow, but for whatever reason, it's just kind of where I've landed. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, it's, this model has come out really, really nice. It's gonna be a gift for Hethrir, and I hope that he likes it. I've certainly been fucking around with it for long enough. It depends on the figure. It depends on the figure. Sometimes, like, I don't know, I rotate through different ways of using cork or using my paint handles or any number of things. Alright, let's get the oil palette out. I should probably put on some gloves. I do apologize if I'm a little spacey during tonight's stream. I'm still kind of recovering from the allergy medication-induced nap that occupied most of my day. Hey, what's up, Romeo Void? Get paint all over the base, and that would make me sad. See, if I get a little bit of paint on the base, I'm fine with just touching it up. But it's when I'm trying to, like, paint details between the legs of a model, like if I was trying to come down between his legs and paint that little red spar there, like, yeah, I prefer to just glue him down after the fact. Also depends on if I'm pinning the model to the base or not. I kind of just make it up as I go along. Finally watched Dune. How'd you like it, Captain Gingerbeard? Stila Rebel, how are you? How's your painting been coming since last we spoke, which was not long ago? Get my oil palette going. Brought to you by Benadryl, because you can't sneeze if you're blacked out. It's hard to feel too bad if you're fucking unconscious. As a new viewer, I give it a 3 out of 10. Now, see, this is not something I find terribly surprising, Captain Gingerbeard. This has been sort of my position since I saw it, was that it's a great movie if you know what's going on already. If you have no introduction to Dune before the movie, you're probably gonna find yourself confused by a few things. So I'm curious what things didn't work for you, Gingerbeard, because I think it's a good movie. Overall, I do think it is a quality film. Uh-oh. Do a little recovery work on this brush I forgot about. Recovering from Sunday's game, but enjoying the last figure greatly. Happy to catch the stream. How's your role-playing been going, Stila? You get more games in than I do. You got organized weekly games. I'm jealous. And also to you, Datron Voltari. I might have let oils sit in this brush a little bit too long, and I just want to kind of see if I can't clean it out some, because I need this brush. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought newer people might come out of it with, Captain Gingerbeard. It's a great companion piece if you already know the story, if you've read the book, if you've seen the 2000 sci-fi miniseries. But if you're being introduced to all these concepts for the first time, I can see how it'd be possibly quite confusing. I don't even think they say the word mentat at any point in the movie. And that's fairly important for the whole universe. That's okay, Roland. I can be very, very still. I'll just wait until somebody else walks into the room. They really, really, like, Captain Gingerbeard, in the story, there are many, many things that take place on Arrakis before the night of the betrayal. There are a huge number of details leading up to that betrayal that are just not in the movie. So again, I can see how that might be like, wait, what? That seems kind of abrupt. It seemed abrupt because it was. Alright, we're painting right from the tube tonight. Just an old story. If you see sci-fi, you're gonna know something. I think they kind of banked on that. It's like I keep telling people anytime I'm like, oh, spoilers for Dune. I'm like, I mean, I'm spoiling a story that came out in like the 60s. Like it's really, really old. I don't think it can really be spoiled. Yeah, I'm leaning away from On the Rocks these days, Steela. Planescape is a great setting, by the way. I'm glad that you're having fun in it. You ever play the video game Planescape Torment? It was a great visitation of that whole setting. Alright, let's see what we can do. Move these guys to the side for the moment. Which ones are those nanotanks? If I release a file and it is intended for resin printing, it is pre-supported, I guarantee. I'm not the only person who has bases hosted at Steel Warrior Studios, though. I think that there are some from Ion Raptor now, but he makes really, really good stuff. I'm just doing my, as Steela called it, wet dry brushing. Been doing this for the last few days and kind of loving it and just sort of trying to develop my approach and my stroke with it to get the best looking results for the minimum possible amount of effort. Minimum effort, folks. Wet the dries and dry the wets. If you want to knock something down, first you gotta stand it up. When you can balance attack hammer on your head, you'll head off your foes with a balanced attack. Why am I wearing the watermelon on my feet? I don't remember telling you to do that. Riot Sister, welcome in.
Hello there.
Yeah, like, there are a lot of reasons that invasion on that night, Captain... See, that's the thing, Captain Gingerbeard. Everything in that story does make sense. with more context. It was a lot of that context was removed to make the movie into a watchable 2.5 hour length. So if you're curious, if you're like, wait, how did this happen? Why did this happen? Who is this thing? I promise you it makes sense. You're just going to have to either go onto YouTube and watch the 2000 miniseries that came out on television, which was excellent in my opinion, or you're going to have to read the book. I recommend either. It is a great story, and it is worth consuming in its entirety. That's Mystery Man Roland. Is this going to be a 3-parter? It looks like it's just going to be a 2-parter. And I think that's honestly a mistake. It should have been a 3-parter. If I have any complaint about Dune, well, I have one or two. They're pretty minor and they're mostly personal, but I think the biggest, most legitimate complaint is that the studio doesn't seem to have any confidence in Dune as a property. Not like they did in Lord of the Rings, because they should have Peter Jacksoned this bitch. They should have gone full Lord of the Rings. I don't know, you may not know this. I mean, if you were there, you probably do. Peter Jackson recorded all 3 Lord of the Rings movies at the same time. They filmed them all simultaneously, and then they released them in sequential years after completing the editing on them. So when Lord of the Rings came out, we got Fellowship of the Ring for Christmas one year, and then we got Two Towers for Christmas the next year, and then Return of the King for Christmas the year after that. It was very, very digestible. And Dune, it doesn't look like we're going to get a part 2 for a couple of years, which sort of sucks. Yeah, I know that the 1984 one was not terribly successful, but the 1984 one wasn't terribly successful not because Dune was Dune, but because they hired David Lynch to make a Dune movie, which is just crazy. And David Lynch did what David Lynch does. He made a David Lynch movie that was never going to be all that palatable to everybody, and didn't really give that much of a shit about the source material. David Lynch doesn't really write his own stories. Everything you see that David Lynch makes is almost universally based on a book or based on someone else's writing. And he goes in his own direction with it every single time. George Lucas's Dune. Unwatchable. Dropped off donations to the thrift store today. Picked up Project Hail Mary for 4 doll hairs. Wait, Project Hail Mary? What? Should I know what that is? I feel very ignorant in this moment. Did someone say U-Bowl? U-Bowl has made one thoughtful movie in the entirety of his career, and I think that was Rampage. And I'm sure there are people who would disagree with me that movie was thoughtful at all, but I found it thoughtful. Who's the next Supercell with? I'm actually waiting to hear back from 2 people right now, but it's either going to be Dr. Rhino or Zombie Bro Studios, from the look of things, and I'm hoping to be able to drop some official news on that here in the immediate future. I hope people had, fun with the Supercell, and I hope that more people might be interested in participating next time. I'm going to do it whether you participate or not, so, suck on that. Eat that, viewership. Yeah, I saw, Roland suggested that on the Discord, and I love that idea. Kyle MacLachlan as the Emperor Shaddam IV. Yeah, I'd watch that. They won't do it, but if they did, I'd be happy. I'm gonna say they won't do it because it's a good idea, and they don't. We don't do that in Hollywood anymore. Kyle MacLachlan is a personal favorite of mine. Clearly a favorite of David Lynch's. I didn't realize that Kyle MacLachlan's first movie was Blue Velvet. His film premiere was working with David Lynch, which I guess explains a lot of why they continued to work together. He must have liked him from the very start. David Lynch, that is. Take the Mongol theme from the Sardaukar and cast Benedict Wong as Shaddam the Fourth. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't complain about that because I think Benedict Wong is like a truly enjoyable actor. I've liked him in everything that I've seen him in. It would certainly be visually an interesting inspiration to throw on top of the Landsraad and the Padishah Emperor in general. I don't know what they're gonna do with that at this point. I got a decent start on white armor for this guy. Let's do the other ones. This is us continuing to refine the process here.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
That's what we're gonna do,
like
baby.
We're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Painting is just glorbing with style. Speaking of which, does anybody give a shit about the fact that they're making a Buzz Lightyear movie? Is that something people care about? The Tonk Report. Are we going to get to see that Tonk of yours, Cav Tankerus? Because that model came out beautifully. I certainly hope we do. Eddie Redmayne would make a better Piter. I mean, I thought that David Dastmalchian would probably be a great Piter, but he barely got to be in the movie. I think they said his name once, he got like 2 speaking lines, and then they killed him, so it's like, okay. Whatever. Whoever they cast as Feyd-Rautha is going to be compared to Sting, just no matter what happens, because that's like the only thing people really remember from that movie is, oh, that's the one that Sting was in. That's a lie. People remember more than that. But let's be honest. We mostly remember it for Sting. Cast Chris Evans as Sting. Chris Evans would be a perfect casting choice for Sting. Not for Sting. Yeah, Chris Evans as Sting. Chris Evans would be a great choice for Feyd-Rautha for one reason, and that is that Feyd-Rautha is supposed to be about charisma. He is supposed to be lovable. He is supposed to be this... Oh no, Chris Evans is... Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well, I'm talking about something else. I just think it would be so meta to cast somebody who's like America's sweetheart as a character that you should hate, when the idea is that the people of the universe would love him. Cast Chris Evans so everyone's like, oh my god, he's amazing, Feyd, we all want Feyd to rule us, yes, please spank me, Daddy Feyd. And then he's just like an evil, hedonistic son of a... I just want to see Chris Evans play a fucking bad guy. He never plays bad guys. In anything. Somebody tell me something where Chris Evans has played a bad guy. Please. What was it, Riot Sister? SP Firestarter, 16 months. Can someone remind me why I give this weirdo money? Because you like it. Because you like it. That's why. That's why it happens, Firestarter. How you doing today, man? It's good to see you. And truthfully, I don't know. I could not tell you. Keeps happening for some reason, though. I'm gonna go with mild masochism, though. It seems like as good an answer as any other. Okay, alright. Does it count in Scott Pilgrim? He wasn't really a bad guy. I mean, he was... In Scott Pilgrim, he was an antagonist. He was not a bad guy. He was a bad guy in Knives Out. That's fair. I had forgotten about that. Well, okay, the word evil was thrown around a lot in Scott Pilgrim. Is it, like, are we gonna get into an ethical and moral analysis of the characters of Scott Pilgrim? Because nobody in that movie was evil, as far as I can tell. It was all just silly goofery. Nobody in that story is evil. Didn't he, like, lose his vegan superpowers because he drank something made out of milk? Like, they, like, showed up and took them away or something? Was that him? It's been a long time since I've seen Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. I never read the comic. See, there you go. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's Brandon Routh. Yeah. He was the vegan. Chris Evans was like a rock star or something. I don't think I watched that movie a second time. Like, it was very entertaining. I enjoyed watching it. I remember everybody lost their minds over it at the time. I know there was a graphic novel. I pretty much watched the movie one time. I went, that was fun. And then I moved on. Trying to get his face a little bit here. I'm doing up these figures. I've had these forever. These are Deadzone figures from Mantic's Skirmish game. They just released their 3rd edition. It's quite a lot of fun. And I've been meaning to paint these guys forever, but I don't care that much about them, so I'm practicing my batch painting and speed painting techniques on them, because if they come out a little janky, I'm not gonna care. My one complaint about Mantic figures is that the detail on them tends to be very soft. These figures have very soft detail that can be a real pain in the ass to pull out. But this method of oily, wet dry brushing actually does a pretty good job of it. Even regular acrylic dry brushing, I've had trouble pulling the detail out of these figures. This, though, works pretty well. Still fighting the fruit flies. Ah, shit, I'm sorry to hear that. Up here, at least, most of our flies have died by now. I say most, I don't want to jinx myself. I'm sure there's some hiding out waiting for me to relax. So they can come at me. Oh, that print finished. I just gotta wait a minute for it to separate. I can go ahead and put it on my deck box. There's 2 with that basic batch step onto the 3rd. Maple Muscoot. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having a good evening out there in Twitchverse. Kind of what I like about this batch painting technique is that, I don't know, it's working really well with my scatterbrain right now, because I kind of have to wait a couple hours between batch steps. So I just work on 2 or 3 squads at a time, doing single steps on each one of them. And I can't explain why it's had me painting more in the last few days than I had been previously, but it has. It has had me actually sitting down and painting more, which I think is a good thing. I am sorry to hear that, Riot Sister. I hope that you're just, like, I hope life isn't taking a dump on you. I hope you're just feeling poorly. It's the big problems that really wear me out, you know? What a weird thing to say. Riot Sister, I hope you're feeling poorly. What am I saying? Pumping stuff out on the Neptune 2 constantly since I got it yesterday. Binary Shield. I am so happy to hear that it's working out for you, man. Yeah, you're still in the phase where you're going to be fascinated by things like just watching the first layer go down. Cherish those days, because eventually it's going to be fucking boring. Cherish those days. It's going to take a while, though. I still get fascinated sometimes watching that first layer go down if I get a really good one. Oh, those days are never far removed from getting the first printer running, Gingerbeard. Never far removed. Because then you discover Thingiverse and cults, and then you start browsing random shit in groups, and you're like, wow, look at all these things I never thought to print. I'm gonna make myself a wiggly octopus. It's all downhill from there. Currently printing accessory organization for the Neptune. Yeah, that's a path a lot of people follow too. Is the first things you wind up printing are more parts for the printer that you're printing them on. That was the rabbit hole I went down for a long time. I haven't done any rendering in ZBrush, Languin. I've been too lazy to figure out the interface, which is a terrible reason to not do it. I'm so used to using Fusion's rendering engine that I've worked out ways to get around its limitations, and I end up porting things in as OBJ formats to render them there, which is really not a great idea, because I don't think Fusion 360 really has a great rendering engine at all. It's very limited in its options, compared to something like ZBrush. That's a good idea, Binary Shield. An extrusion knob is genuinely a useful addition to any printer. Extruder knob, rather. There's lots of bullshit out there you don't need, but you're gonna wind up printing anyway. I won't dissuade you, though, because it's so cheap and so easy to print it and then find out you don't want it. Like, it costs you essentially nothing, so have at it. You'll figure it out. Print everything, and then some things you'll be like, why did I do this? I don't use it. And you'll throw it away, and it will cost you some time, and that's about it. Nobody gives a damn. This, by the way, this is the Enforcers faction for Mantic's Warpath universe that I'm just doing up in like a basic studio scheme with white armor. That's 3 down. Let's go to number 4. I need more of these flat brushes, because this is gonna wear this one out with enough use. Oh, that's pretty cool, Riot Sister. Hey, what's up, Gus Schultz? How you doing today, man? If they're congregating around the sink, then that means there's something they like there, and that probably has something to do with where they're breeding, Roland. You might try snaking it. Sometimes when I get around to running a snake down a drain, I'm pretty shocked at what all comes out of it. Fair enough, Riot Sister. I was just thinking about that, like, you know, yeah. I've encountered a lot of smells in my life. But drain snaking is among the worst, so maybe let's not elaborate too much on that. Yeah, that's a good way to catch the flies that are flying around, but the trick is really preventing them from breeding in the first place. Saw a guy on TikTok who saves all his waste from FDM, melts it down to use it again. So I've heard of a few different people doing that over the last couple of years, but it's always one of those things where it's like, the investment of equipment that you need to do that is more than it's worth considering how cheap PLA is to buy on a spool. Now, admittedly, recycling efforts in a broader sense are something I'd like to see more of in the 3D printing community, but on an individual level, it's very difficult. And not really worth it for the most part. Waldo's, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing today? It's not economical, even if it is probably a good idea, I guess is what I'm saying. This is the unfortunate truth of so much consumer recycling, is the recycling really needs to occur on an industrial level for it to make sense. They love to push the responsibility off onto us, the consumer. You can save the planet if only you would do these things. What they really mean is we can't possibly be fucking bothered. Even though we're the only ones who could make a real difference. So, you know, here, blame yourself, you fucking idiot. That's what they're saying. Oh, excellent, Gus Schultz. I'll have to run down and pick that up. Fantastic. That should be in my box right now. Wish there was someone in town that would take the supports and failed prints. It's like, I know in Japan, they've got those sprue turn-in bins around. Because model building over there is a big enough hobby that I think Bandai has bins where you can take the sprues, your styrene sprues, and dump them in there, and then they can be recycled into more models, because that's just a whole lot of plastic that can be reused at least once. If not multiple times. Some kind of industrial effort like that for PLA would be nice. Because if it was just a matter of, like, dropping off all my collected PLA bits so they could be melted down... If there was an initiative to, like, collect all that and melt it down and create spools of less than super high quality PLA and then donate that to, like, schools for 3D printing education programs, like, yes... I would absolutely do. I would go out of my way to find those donation stations and to save my scraps. But there is, as of now, no such thing that I know of. Yeah, I'd imagine it's in very specific locations, Steel. I know that they exist. I'd be willing to bet you find them, like, in districts where there are a lot of sales of models going on. Which I don't know enough about, the various areas of urban Japan to tell you where that would be. They are not the devil's... How can you dislike building plastic models as much as you do? See, we just come from two very different worlds, Steela. Because, like, styrene sprues, for me, are a joy. An absolute joy to clip and build from. I can just turn off my brain and go for hours and hours clipping and gluing. Clipping, sanding, cleaning, drilling, pinning, gluing. Have a great time doing it. But I come from a world where I'm like, the alternative is metal models, and metal models are a goddamn nightmare. So I guess maybe I'm more grateful for the benefits of styrene sprues? Or I'm used to torturing myself more than that? I don't know. I love the building process. I could sit and build and build and build and build for, like, days on end. No problem whatsoever. And then when it comes time to do the painting, I'm like, eh. Let me take just one moment to address my 3D printer, because that lid should be done. I can get another print started. Though I want to test this before I start my next print. I want to make sure that the body I have here is going to work, so give me 1 second. Alright. Went ahead and told it to start another one, because worst case scenario, I figure out things don't work here in a minute, I can always stop it. So let's do a little building. All my cards out here. My God, Roland. And what is your conclusion from this marathon session of self-punishment? Must be really into sand. Don't get me wrong, I like all the versions of Dune for the most part, but damn.
Here
These
at
are my
Thunderhead
little
Studio,
printable
we
pins.
specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
I mean, I don't even think they're like there's never been a Paul that really blew my mind though, Roland. I think it's quite possible that he is the best Paul, but that's like, everybody else was like, nobody else was the right age. The one from the 2000 miniseries was arguably terrible. The only other thing I've seen that guy in who played Paul in the miniseries was in an episode of Star Trek Enterprise, and he was equally awful in that. That's the one with the augments. Separate these from their built-in supports. If I can just find a gap to work into here. There we go. Don't want to cut myself, as tempting as it may be. Don't want to bend the rod significantly either. Wish it would just separate nicely. Clearly doesn't want to. There we go. He voiced Sebastian in Dragon Age 2. I don't even remember who that character is. Did I play Dragon Age 2? What happened in that game? Dragon Age Origins was fucking phenomenal, and I feel like I just completely lost interest in the series after that. This is like a familiar story for me, though. This seems to be how I go with so many things. It's the same thing with shows. And is it me being a contrarian, or is it just a tendency toward people to have a really good idea when they're creating an original property, and then when it succeeds, just capitulate utterly to the demands of, I don't know, producers? I was thinking about Westworld the other day. Like, Westworld Season 1 is one of the greatest things I've ever seen on television that I love for so many reasons. It would take an entire night of talking about nothing but Westworld to really get out how well the whole season works, how brilliantly it comes together at the end, and how satisfying it is. And then Season 2 is like, oh, that's a bag of shit, don't watch that. And Season 3 is just like, whatever, we're an action show now, have fun. I saw some John Woo movies, let's do that, but with robots. It's meaningless fucking drivel. I feel like the same thing happened with, like, Downton Abbey. Really great first season, and the second season was just like, let's just have a bunch of drama, because everyone likes talking about the drama on Twitter. Is the drama gonna mean anything? No, fuck you, it's just gonna be there. Oh, okay, well, I'll skip it then. Does he? Does he, Vergatarung? Because he claims he lost. our recording about Dune, and I'm wondering, like, that makes me so paranoid. He's like, oh, I accidentally deleted my local copy and the VOD, and I'm like, oh, did you? And I start, like, questioning everything I've said, and I'm like, did I say something bad? Like, what happened? Alright, all those are clipped out. Let's see how that does with these barrels. Oh, don't punch the microphone. And a little bit of trimming. I did have a great time hanging out with Dr. Rhino and just bullshitting about Dune, though, and I would love to do more media talk with him. I like talking about, I mean, yeah, if it's not obvious by now being on the stream, I like talking about movies. I have lots of opinions on film and television, and I consider myself a pretty big cinephile. I'm not, I don't pretend to be like an expert or have any particular insight that other people don't have. I just love it and I like talking about it. And I'm constantly trying to sort of expand my knowledge on the things that I love. I loved, oh, Captain Gingerbeard, the ending to Dark was, I'm not going to say the ending to Dark was perfect, but the ending to Dark was, maybe it's just that I've been, like, beaten down by so many shows that don't have endings or that don't close time loops, but I thought that the ending to Dark was appropriate. It's like it wrapped things up in the only way that was ever going to work for a show that's basically about a wound in time. Yeah, that's a tight fit. Doing this process here because I want to make sure that everything fits together easily enough so nobody gets caught doing assembly and I don't have instructions to give them on how to get through it. Do with maybe widening that a bit, given the imprecise nature of these pins. Time cop. Oh, God, no. The same matter cannot occupy the same space. Why have I seen that movie as much as I have? I've seen it quite a lot. I always think of the guy in the beginning jumping out of the window, leaping to his death, and there's the doorman from, like, 1930s America going, oh, poor fella. He sounds like Droopy Dog. He's like, tomorrow might have been a brighter day. Sounds like a fucking cartoon. It's such a weird line. It doesn't seem to fit with the rest of the movie at all, unless you just consider that the rest of the movie is cornball as shit, and I guess maybe it does. I'm gonna have to refine this a little bit, but I only do these pins because you can print them. You can also use 0.8mm brass rod, which is really the ideal. Drill bits at. Here we go. How big are you is the question. About 2mm, too big. Not necessarily. Let me see. Wish I had a 1/16 bit. For whatever reason, I don't. Reverse Flash is one of my favorite time-traveling villains. Certainly. He's just a real son of a bitch, that reverse flash. Just seeing if I can gently widen these holes a little bit without destroying the barrel. And I'm going to go ahead and widen them on the files themselves so that this isn't necessary in the future. Yeah, there we go. Easy peasy. Because I have other bits in that right now that I don't want to pull out of the chuck, and this one was handy. Multiple drills. A drill for every job. Oh, is it next to the mic? I'm sorry about that. Here, I'll do it over here. Should just take me a second to finish. Sorry about that. Oh god, yes, Captain Gingerbeard. I have one, like, right here. I was looking for something with more torque. So I was thinking the little Tamiya drill wouldn't be enough. Because it's such a delicate little motor. We could try it. Let's see. I love this thing. I didn't realize it would be that bad. Sorry, White Wolf. I literally never use that drill on stream. Though I do use it, like, I have multiple drills at this point, and that one has just become, like, my hobby drill that happens to be a full size. Let's see. Oh, it's an incredibly useful tool. Got my 1.5 bit. That might actually, I might not have needed to change chucks at all. No, I need the other chuck. Derp! This drill doesn't whine like the other one does. God damn it, are you serious? Does the 1.5 just fit into that amazing fucking Goldilocks zone where it's too large for the small chuck and too big for the other one? Whatever, that'll do. How's that? Is that bad? I use the big drill anytime I go up to 1/8 and I'm drilling into metal, which is why I have it handy right now. I was drilling magnet holes in my big metal figures. Okay, this should be adequate for what I'm doing here. Make some adjustments to these files so this isn't necessary. See if that helped. Or if I need to go up a little bit larger. I have to go larger. That's still pretty tight. I worked on this, though. I think it's just the size of the bit. Let's use this one. A little bit larger. I do think I might get a second one of these Tamiya drills. Mostly to play with. I wonder if they make different size chucks. Like these pieces? Because I could use one that's just like a little bit larger. It is Dweghom. I'm working on assembling the larger version of it right now and going through the last steps of my prototyping process. Yeah, see, there's my problem. This thing is nowhere near high enough torque. The grip on the chuck is not as good. Let me tighten that up with some pliers. Maybe that'll help. I don't want to break it. It is a fairly light tool. Real easy on it. It's not very high torque, so I kind of gotta let the RPMs do most of the work. I'll just ease these tolerances so they're not a problem in the final files. God damn it. This is why I would normally use the other drill. Yeah, that's surprising, Captain Gingerbeard. This build was not bad at all. Like, if you build model kits, this thing comes on a series of sprues. It's really, really easy to put together. Alright. Son of a bitch. The other drill's just gonna do this better, so I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Since I only need to run 1 or 2 quick holes, I'm gonna put you all on the BRB screen, I'm gonna do it real fast, and then I'm gonna come back. I don't want to blast your eardrums out either, but it'll only take me a second if I do it quick. And then I can adjust for this in the next round of prints. Yeah, for doing things like pinning models, I have found this to be one of the most useful tools. And it's nice and light, it runs on like a AA battery or 2. It's real easy. Alright, give me just a second, I'll be right back. Alright, let's see if that helped any. The trick is just that I'm trying to run these barrels through such narrow pieces of plastic while still keeping them strong, and it's difficult to make the tolerances fit. I may have to adjust some sizing across the board, just thicken a few parts up so that everything works well, but let's give this a shot. I can confirm that everything works really, really great when you're using nice, precise brass pins, and that may be what I primarily recommend. Merlin, how you doing today, man? It's good to see you. Maybe I'll skip the printed pins altogether for this one and just recommend brass ones. Because I got brass pins in this one and everything ran nice, smooth, and easy. I was trying to use the printed pins, which are less precise. It was better on the Borealis because I had much easier tolerances to work with. As I try to run the drill through this, I've made everything so small that it starts to heat and warp the plastic, and that's no good. Nobody wants that. It does work. Maybe I'll just keep working at it, because, like, clearly I can make the pins fit. This is why we prototype, is to find all the places that our precise measurements in CAD don't necessarily translate to precise fits in reality, and build in those tolerances that are going to make it work. I don't want to sell product to anybody and then have to... Oh, I know what's wrong. I used a previous version of... You can see these aren't the same width. You can see that little step there. I used a previous version of this file and I didn't update it, and that's why it's fitting so tight. So that's me being an idiot. It'll still work. For testing purposes. At least now I know what's going on there. Let's trim that out a little bit. I widened the body of it overall by a couple of millimeters after my first round of prints, and then I did not update my files. The intermediate lid files, so that's, yeah, whoopsies. Prototyping fail. Should have known better. Got back from Warhammer World about 2 hours ago. Met a few good Twitch people. Nice! Did you get anything good while you were there? Now, should be able to cleanly run this pin the entire length with a little bit of effort. Success. That's not too bad at all. Now we're just going to clip that short at either end. It shouldn't come loose on its own. Hey, what's up, WJ? I generally do, Dwegham. I'm usually better at labeling files. Just every now and then a mistake will still happen, you know? Something's catching there and clicking. It should wear down with use. It's probably just a loose piece of string on the pin. Alright, let's see if we can attach that. Why does a card box need a ratchet? Why does anything need anything? Because anything worth doing is worth overdoing. You know that, Metalcore. You know that better than anybody. How you doing today, man? One second. Alright, well, I've got a decent list of adjustments to make now. Which this is the purpose of prototyping, but I'm going to try to make this one work with some elbow grease anyway. There we go. But if I'm going to put files out for people, I like them to be the kind of files where you can kind of just... You shouldn't have to do any extra building or construction or tolerance modification on your part when you get files from me. Unlike certain companies, I don't claim that, oh, this is part of the experience. The fact that my products suck is part of the fun of building No. No, that's not true. God damn it, hang on one sec. I'm sorry I have to keep doing this, but is this or subject you to the drill motor whine? You know, Captain Gingerbeard, I never assume that anybody's printer is calibrated correctly. In fact, when I'm making my files, I assume that everyone's printer is calibrated incorrectly. I assume that there are problems with the printer that they may not even know about. I assume that they are going to have to... that their printer's actually a little bit sloppy. Because if I make that assumption, and I make files that even a sloppy printer can print, where you don't have to have it carefully calibrated, then I'm making files that are friendly, even to newbie printers. God damn it, I'm sorry. This will be the last time, hopefully. I guess I could arrange this so that it has a pin on either side, so you don't have to run one the whole length. Though really, this is solved by just using brass rods instead of 3D printed pins, but I just love the idea of printing the whole thing so much. Maybe I'll try that. Just insert from one end and then the other. Why not? Let's give that a shot. Yeah, I definitely printed the wrong lid for this thing. It is way narrower than it should be, which... Actually, it's not even gonna work. Damn it! I'm gonna have to print these parts over again. I fucked that up. You can tell it's not gonna work because of one simple thing. On the inside of this deck box, which is in black PLA, so of course you won't be able to see it very well, there are these little blocks right here on the edge. They're very, very small, they're very, very narrow. And the purpose of those is, if you look on, say, here, you can see it a little bit better because it's lined up against the cards. There's this little block here. And that prevents the door from going in past a certain point. That stops it there and there. And then it gives it the resistance that this needs to go ahead and click down effectively and lock everything in place. And if this is too narrow, then it'll just go right past those blocks. So I printed one that's too narrow, and that will not work. It's a tiny piece. It'll take me like 20 minutes to reprint, but I'm embarrassed that I failed to realize those, because you can see it fits right between them. Poopy. Oh well. At least it's the easiest to reprint parts that I fucked up. You have just been privy to a failed prototyping run. They happen from time to time. Just gotta get this guy free now. You're welcome to, Valfera. Yeah, this was my prototyping of... I made several changes to this version from the first one, and then I just failed to account for a couple small things. Some of the changes I made, which if you look down on the bottom, you can see there are sockets for magnets. And then if you look... you probably can't see it because of the angle. There's more sockets for magnets inside here. So the idea is you reach inside and you seat some magnets in the front and you seat some magnets in the bottom. And then you have interchangeable faceplates that'll lock right down onto this magnetized front. And if you have something that's like a metal plate or a model bag that has a metal tray inside of it, just knocking things around, no big deal.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
But you can go ahead and magnetize this down to a metal plate. It'll hold real nice. Alright, so we had a failed prototyping run. I'm going to print some more pieces a little bit later, and we're going to have another run at it. The sizing on this deck box is good. It's just the lid pieces that need to be tested again. Watch Captain 81, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. But yeah, with a couple more rounds of quick prototyping, that double-sized deck box should be just as functional as this one. I gotta say though, like, I have the 3D printable pins, but these brass rods that I have as the hinges on this are so nice that I'm like, you should probably just buy the brass rods, honestly. They just make amazing hinges. You can print your own, but these just work better. Yeah, my logic behind that, Captain Gingerbeard, is just like, I want to sell a product that's like, here's everything you need. Go ahead and print these parts and use them and they will work. And that worked for the Borealis, but the Borealis didn't have any barrels that were this long or the tolerances were this tight. But I'm thinking with this one, it might just be like, take the files, print them, and then buy yourself a couple of brass rods because you're gonna be a lot happier. They just work better. When you've got hinges that are as long as this, you know? And tolerances that are this tight, because I really tried to pull all of the walls down to keep the size of the box very, very small. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Dwegham. It doesn't come with magnets either, so I guess... Hang on, let's just listen one more time. Oh, I love that. I love a good snap fit. It feels so good when it works. Either way, we'll do a little bit more work on these guys. Get my damn Warcaster cipher cards out of the way. Just rebuilt my cipher deck for some upcoming gameplay. This is a print that I realized was already failed before it finished. That goes in the trash. I waste a lot of plastic. Not proud of it, but I still do it. I keep one particular bit in this drill at all times standard because it is just the right size for drilling for my paperclip pins that I use. A prototyping expense. Yeah, and this really is what it is. You end up using some materials. So then if I can make a few dollars on it after the fact, it takes care of itself. You telling me you don't print your magnets? Oh man, a rare earth printer, that's all we need. All you gotta do is load in this palladium filament. I know magnets don't necessarily have palladium in them, I'm just remarking on the silliness of the concept, that's all. I get all my magnets from K&J Magnetics. They're a great company. And they just have so many different size options. I want to do something with my calipers. These don't belong here. They belong over here. Alright, back to painting stuff. What do you say? Now that we've proved that my deck box needs work still. Make iron-filled PLA for magnet attachments. Is that really a thing? It's interesting. I'll bet it's hard on the hot end. At least hard on the nozzle. But then so's the spicy chimichanga. It's a joke. It's a joke about pooping. Oh my god. How am I not partnered yet? That's crazy. Let's slather a few oils on Sanguini's base to get them curing at the very least. Touch of sienna. Touch of burnt umber. Got to get you a ruby nozzle. Yeah, then we'll really be printing with gas. You know what I mean? A little phthalo green. Not much of any of this, and a touch of French ultramarine. Assuming it's not totally jammed up inside the bottle because I haven't used it recently. This is why I'm not pre-thinning any more oils in these plastic bottles. It has turned out to be more of a pain than it's worth over the long... It's great in the short term. It's great for like the first couple of months. And then you start getting the paint thickening up really nasty in the tubes. or in the bottles. It just does better in the tubes without being thinned or diluted. Alright, grab myself a nice large brush. Pre-thinning is so last. God, that's so... Ugh. That's so 2021. We're past that. 2022 is the year of just raw dogging it right from the tube, am I right? I'll slather a little bit of our phthalo green in here. Hey, Blank Walker, how you doing today, man? And this is on the base is just a little bit of texture paste and a couple of glued down pieces of slate to ease the transition from base to the sculpted resin parts. Alright, blend some French ultramarine into my phthalo green, mix up these tones a bit here. Doodly-doo, here, there, and everywhere. May your raw dogging 2022 be wild. That sounds like a recipe for a good year. I assume that is a completely innocent phrase and not a euphemism for literally anything. Otherwise, what I said might be awkward. But what are the odds, really? Like, come on. Alright, now let's bring in some warm tones to ease this out. Slightly darkened sienna. What are y'all working on? What's on y'all's desk tonight? I was gonna be working on my Mounted Noble Lord for Conquest, but like I said, I had a long allergy medication-induced nap that saw to it that wasn't gonna happen. Didn't get any prep work done on it, so I'm just like, let's just work on the stuff that's sitting on the desk taking up space. No good reason to put it off. Let's work on it right now. I don't need a good reason to procrastinate, so I try not to do it when I have the choice. 7 Days to Die, that's what's on my desk. I've still never played that, Cannon Fodder. I've seen it played on Twitch a few times. Post office misplaced my tufts, so I've been working on that catapult and painting up the trees. I'm liking the look of that, by the way, Vergaderung. I like those SRM 6 arms you worked up. They're unique. And you know I've got a thing for hexes. You know I've got a weakness for hexes. Kill Team Kriegs. Oh, nice. Those new Krieg models are really pretty sweet. Should be pretty full coverage. I just gotta wait for these to cure a bit before I can come in and blend out a couple of details. Once that's done, then it's just gonna be giving a black rim to the base and calling this guy pretty well done. Alright. Now, let's try this method out that I've been doing on some of these here militiamen. Let's see how we do with their linen gambesons. Working on my Necromunda Orla gang. Ooh, nice watch, Captain. Very many Blood Bowl Snotlings. If anyone would like to share your work with us, I'll just give you a reminder that we have an art share segment right on this very stream. We do it every single time, known as the Storm Report. If you feel like sharing your work with us, we would always, always like to see it. I know I've said it 100 times if I've said it once, so why not make it 101? Folks, we are our own worst critic, and I don't just mean we're harshest on ourselves. I mean we're probably the least qualified people on the planet to really judge our own work, the vast majority of the time. I encourage people to share, to get other opinions, to get other perspectives, and if you'd like to do some of that right here, you're more than welcome to. We'd love to show what you're working on. If you feel like getting in on that action, it's so easy to do. All you gotta do is pop over onto the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by hitting !Discord in chat, or by finding the button down below my face there and clicking on it. Roll on over into the channel marked The Storm Report and post a picture for us to see. We'll take a look at it at the end of the stream and be happy to give you any feedback you might be looking for. Or, you know, maybe you just want to show off something you're proud of. That's fine, too. Oh, that's, stupid easy. And actually pretty effective for a simple white linen look. Damn, look at that. Okay, on to the next one. No, Dwegham, they're just wearing simple white linen gambesons, which is usually linen is going to be more of a yellow than a true white, which is why I'm not too worried about the fact that this is blending with the base coat. Peasants would have natural colored linen. There's no way that a militia with simple linen gambesons would then have money to pay for dye to pick a color. They would just be simple natural white.
Look, I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
Just base coat, man. Linen is a surprisingly effective form of armor. Enough rough-spun linen layered together can stop, not piercing attacks for the most part, but like if you've ever tried to draw a blade through multiple layers of linen, it doesn't work as well as you might think. There is an old form of Greek armor called the linothorax, which is, it's a laminated linen. They would layer the linen and then they would coat it or soak it with, I'm not sure what, but it's basically like a glue. They'd put multiple layers together and then they'd soak it with this glue. And just do that for 4, 5, 6 layers and it would harden into like a breastplate and you have this hard linen piece of armor. And it was shockingly effective and incredibly cheap. The medieval European gambeson is really just multiple layers of a good thick rough spun linen, maybe with a couple pieces of leather around the edges to give it a good, you know, strong attachment points and everything. But it would stop a sword slash. It wouldn't do a great job stopping like a spear thrust, but almost nothing would. Even mail, which would be expensive as hell, would not be great at stopping a spear thrust. So maybe I want to introduce a little bit more color in here. Maybe just a little bit more color. Point is that we're experimenting, right? Get some yellow ochre. Right out of the tube. Was it sap or tallow? I'm honestly not sure what glue the linothorax was made with. It was a treatment, though, that was essentially just a glue. Gesso was the binding agent. See that? Yeah, it's really, it's simpler than you might think. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try a quick 2-step treatment on this next guy, doing yellow ochre first, and then following that up with titanium white. That little bit of extra color will go a long way. They just want it to look like a raw, unbleached linen, you know? And linen would only really get white if you bleached it. The raw fibers would have more of a yellowish tone to them. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. How you doing, Mafik? It's good to see you, man. I'm not wrong, one of the historical armor channels did an experiment with boiled leather soaked in glue as armor. Boiled leather is surprisingly effective, too. You know, part of the problem with our historical knowledge of so much armor from around the world is that, historically speaking, leather in its various forms, be it like just boiled and hardened in water, or in animal fats, or otherwise treated, leather armor has been one of the most common formed. Leather and fabric armors are historically the most common forms of armor. Metal armor, like, between the time that it became relatively common and the time that it was phased out entirely, it was always expensive. Always expensive. So there just wouldn't have been as much of it. And the problem with fabric armor and with leather armor is that it fucking rots away. So we have very, very few historical, like, still existing examples of armor of that style. We have plenty of examples of metal armor that survived, but you know, you bury a guy in mud for a few hundred years, all the leather on him is going to be rotted away by the time you find the bones, if you find them at all. And yeah, metal armor, everything would almost always be recycled. But while we lost a lot of metal armor, Gimishkar, to the fact that it would be recycled into other pieces, while that did happen, Also, if it did become buried and forgotten about, it would survive. So we have a lot of pieces like that. Yeah, that's a good start. Let's, this next guy's wearing a lot of leather, so let's just do his sleeves. And then we'll try another color for the leather. This is experimental. I have not done this process on militia or on these warm tones yet. I've only done white, so we're trying new things. Well, metal armor, it's not that they haven't made it for a long time, and even in relatively small forges, Captain Gingerbeard. It's just that the Roman Empire very famously developed a technology called the blast furnace, which allowed for the large-scale manufacturing of steel plates. And when I say large scale, I mean literally large scale. Like, you could make steel plates that were greater than 6 inches in any given dimension. If you're making steel plates essentially by hand, you're not going to make a plate that's any bigger than like this. And even that's going to be a whole lot of work. Which is why you see a lot of armor that is composed of numerous small plates of steel all riveted together. You look at like Spangen helms. They're very similar to Roman helms that they followed up, but Roman helms were made of big pieces of steel that were hammered into shape, and then Spangen helms would have been made of lots of little pieces of metal that had lots of little joints and rivets and everything, because they couldn't make pieces of metal large enough to do that. Making mail was easier. Making metal armor that was a series of steel plates, like put over a piece of leather or connected with small bits of chain, was much easier. Making a big steel breastplate, that takes a blast furnace and somebody who knows a lot of what they're doing. I think a lot of army from the Battle of Visby survived. Yeah, Mannix, the Battle of Visby is a fascinating historical dig site. Oh, Dwegom, thank you for the reminder. No one, as far as I know, correct me, because new information comes out, it seems like, every year, but as far as I know, no one is really entirely sure why so much armor was left at the Battle of Visby. Because normally with big battles like that, even if you had mass graves, people would have stripped the armor off the corpses because it was incredibly valuable. But for Visby, we found a lot of bodies that all had their armor still on it, which means that the Battle of Visby is one of our best sources for, like, 14th century, the transitional armor period. Lots of coats of plates, yes, and articulated gauntlets with leather substrates. Mannix the Lemur. I used to own a pair of gauntlets and a coat of plates that were specifically based on patterns from Visby. It is one of the most fascinating dig sites. One of my favorite theories about the Battle of Visby, and it's kind of gross, is that for whatever reason, when after the initial loss of life, they were unable to get to the bodies for a significant period of time. So they might have sat out in the sun on their own for quite a long time. And if you'll follow that line of logic, you might realize why a bunch of people would go, I'm not gonna, you know what? We're just gonna bury him in what he's wearing. I'm not gonna pull that off him. And as a result, possibly, that may be why so many corpses from that battle were buried in their armor. And as a result, we here today have access to a lot of examples of how their armor was built because so many soldiers were buried in it. It really didn't happen very much. Almost every other battle we've unearthed, they took the time to strip the corpses. It is Dwegham, yes, that's just yellow ochre. And now I'm coming in with a little bit of titanium white. And see, that's giving me a much more natural looking, sort of rough, raw linen. Not bleached, but raw. I did SCA, I did a bit of HEMA, and I played around with a team training for Battle of the Nations for about a year. Gimishkar. My shins have never fully recovered from training for Battle of the Nations. Those guys are out of their fucking minds. And that fighting style was very, very rough, and it amounted to a whole lot of, there'd be some high strikes when you first come at somebody, there'd be a few blocks, and then you generally lock up arms, and then you and your opponent would just start kicking the Christ out of your legs in an attempt to knock their legs out from under them, because the first person to hit the ground was gonna just keep taking strikes. And that hurt so fucking much. My legs were beat to hell. I had really nice spring steel greaves with plenty of padding, and it did not matter. I just got kicked so many times. They bent the crap out of my greaves. I kept that up for a while, but I did not have what it took to fight with those guys. There's a level of devotion that I cannot muster. For anyone who's unfamiliar with that, look up Battle of the Nations historical European martial arts fighting. It's insane. Are they still doing Battle of the Nations? Is that event still on, I wonder? I haven't actually checked on it in a number of years. Last time I was watching any of it, it was like the Russian and Ukrainian teams were just fucking top dogs. There was an American team, but we got our asses kicked a number of years in a row. Oh god, yeah, okay, I am loving this for the linen. It looks really quite nice for how simple it is to do. You're welcome to, Kursala. I've got plenty of swords, though, to be fair. So yeah, quick comparison. Oh, my camera just stopped. What the fuck? Why? There's no explanation. It is entirely random. It's not linked to anything. Let's reset it. No, it hasn't. It hasn't, Riot Sister. That's the like. I'd be so much happier if it happened regularly and I could sort it out like what was actually happening. But all right, here on the right, we have just white, and then on the left we have an application of yellow ochre followed by white. And you can see this looks much more like a natural linen. I like that quite a lot. No! It absolutely is not Vergataron. The timing of it seems to be entirely random, which is, as I said, quite frustrating. Let's see if I can't go the opposite way and bring some yellow ochre into the ones I did with white. Just kind of blend it in. Yeah, this should work. I'm not gonna worry about these ones looking amazing since these are my test pieces and I have shitload more militia to go. The whole idea here is figure out a way that I can do them all very quickly. Yeah, it's floating in the middle of the room with an air conditioner aimed at it. Like, there's no way in hell it's overheating. There's literally nothing around it for a foot in any given direction other than, like, my head. Unfortunately, the camera failures don't seem to be... They're not correlated to anything, and as a result of there being no correlation, I have no idea what the cause is. It just happens sometimes, and then it doesn't happen for months and months on end. I'm gonna bet it's the cam link. I'm gonna bet it's the fact that I'm using a USB connection for my video capture, and guess that when I one day upgrade that to a full-on capture card, it will improve. And I'm gonna wager that because there's no way for me to prove it wrong right now, and that alleviates the need for me to do anything at all. And when I get a capture card and it keeps happening, I'll deal with that frustration then. What the hell did I just do with my tube of what? There, okay, yeah, I didn't put it back in the place that it goes, that's why. Yeah, that's the weakest point in the chain, White Wolf, which is why I figure it's probably the USB converter. It's the Cam Link 4K, which is, it's good, it works, but it's not ideal. But I'm gonna need to get a new motherboard in this primary streaming rig in the near future anyway. So, when that happens, I'll get something with enough slots for me to have a proper capture card installed. I'll take this motherboard out to the game room, and the Cam Link 4K will be the permanent, or at least semi-permanent, installation for the game streaming. This is the theory. Got the Gear Guts Mini, got from the thing I won from Teal Security. Pretty sure pieces of it aren't cured all the way. What? Really? Why? What's the problem? Amateur Paint Hour. How are you doing today, man? Thank you so much for the resub. Holy, oh my god. And Downslide also with the resub, hitting 21 months? Talk about a downslide, subscribing to this channel for 21 months. Oh my god. How you doing today, man? Downslide, Amateur Paint Hour, thank you guys so much for your support. These guys are they're not going to be perfect because I did them in reverse. But they'll be good enough. Good enough is all we're after. Oh, yikes, Riot Sister. Like, did it crack open? I've made that mistake in some of my own prints when I haven't solidified them properly. I left them hollow when they weren't supposed to be. And then I had them crack open later when I was least expecting it. If it was Teal Security that printed it, I'm sure you could contact him and just have him do it again. He probably just fudged up a setting. That's good enough for him. Oh, he didn't print it. He doesn't have... Oh. Really? I thought he had a printer. I just assume people have printers when they paint this many models. But that's from a company. A company made a model that has uncured resin in it? They must be pretty new. That's the kind of error that you work out pretty fast. Yeah, that's from Creature Caster? That's... Are you sure that Creature Caster actually did the print and it wasn't somebody printing one of their mod? That is odd. They're pretty well regarded and fairly experienced. That is not the kind of error I would expect from them. Gear Guts. Oh, I'm not familiar with them. You said Gear Guts, I assumed that you meant it was like an orc figure. But that's the company. Well, I'm gonna bet that that's the kind of feedback they'd very much like if they're sending out models for promos that have leaky resin. That's something they're gonna want to fix immediately. So I'd let them know that that happened. There's no faster way to ruin your rep than to send out subpar product like that. So I'm always a little obsessive about things that I send out to people, and I may, in fact, overcure the things that I send out to folk. Alright, we've got a good strategy for doing gambesons. We're going to move on to leather here in just a second. Yeah, that works. I think I've seen some of Gear Gut stuff in the past. They just, like, I don't know, orc, like, not 40k proxy models, like, don't even register with me anymore because it's not something that I'm doing. Alright, we got our tube of Terra Rosa. Let's try some of this. You mentioned once having lots of digital bits, kit bashes essentially. Daily output of multiple models for 25 out of 30 days is pretty... I mean, that's kind of the only way that you can produce that level of figures is by having a common pool of parts and then intermixing and combining them in interesting ways. There are definitely 3D designers out there that are... that have a volume of production that is fairly staggering. I'm personally never going to reach that volume. It's just, my stuff ends up a lot more personalized and individualized than that. Scythe AU. Safe Australia? Possible. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having a good one.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Glorbing with style. Yeah, PSK, I'm embracing the laziest methods I can while trying to push those to get good-looking results right now. Because I've got a lot of batch painting to do, so we are experimenting with the easiest way to do a whole lot of figures like this. PSK, these are the militia for the 100 Kingdoms from Parabellum's Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings. And yeah, because it's a game, because it's a rank and flank game, I have a lot of these militia that need painting. And I'm not gonna do particularly long-winded methods on them, I don't think. We're gonna keep it as simple as we can. And yeah, I like introducing the red as a base for the leather. Let's see if we can't ease it out a little bit. Pete Bog Zombie Archer. Ew. Is that model done with zenithal spray or dry brush? Dwegham, this was just zenithal spray, oil glaze, and now I'm really just roughly wet dry brushing. We need a better phrase for it. My oil's on. As I said, being as lazy as I can possibly manage. The lazier the better. A little slower on these because I haven't done this before. We're just trying new techniques until we find the one that I like well enough to keep going with. I zenithal prime essentially everything that I paint. Even if I don't use the zenithal, even if I don't like filter the zenithal to keep the highlights, it's a good way to get a feel for how your highlights are going to go down when you work on the rest of the figure. Tried a while back trying to find my way. Today spent a lot of time looking at the art. Finally found a good picture and the right words. Now time to master the basics so I can chase the goal. Fantastic. I'm glad to hear it. It's often hard to pick a style that you want to emulate. Wind up just kind of having to be like, what's an artist that I like? And just trying to do whatever it is that they did. Emulate it as close as you can. Maybe put your own twist on it, you know? I look very much forward to seeing where you land on that, though, PSK. Anyone use Monument Hobbies airbrush primer have an issue where it doesn't seem to stick to the model? Dwegham, okay, you've washed with just water and isopropyl as well as unwashed and get the same results. Wash with water and soap. Certainly. Like, isopropyl should get... Well, what are you washing in isopropyl? Because you couldn't... Like, if it's a resin figure, you could use isopropyl. If you're doing plastic figures, you don't want to do that, because that is going to melt the figure itself. Metal would be fine, but most plastics aren't going to take too kindly to that. So water and soap is usually more than good enough for plastic figures, and it's what I would stick to. I have not used theirs. What Vergaderung says is absolutely correct, though. With primer, you do have to let it cure. The best primer is if you go at them as soon as you put them on, they're going to scratch off with your fingernail, no problem. You got to put them on and usually let them rest for like a half an hour to an hour. And that's going to give them a nice cure. You let it go overnight, and it still just comes right off, huh? I mean, you know, if you're digging in with your fingernail, it's gonna come off no matter what. It shouldn't come off if you just rub your finger against it, though. Still, it doesn't sound like it's sticking as well as it should. I wish that I could speak to it more specifically. I have not used that primer. I use Steinelres pretty exclusively these days. I realize these results I'm getting are not gonna, like, win me any golden demons or anything. But I gotta say, I've used a lot of batch painting methods for a lot of different levels of tabletop quality over the years. And this is one of the easiest methods I have ever used for getting what I would consider to be a reasonable high tabletop quality. Like, this is fucking brain-dead painting that I'm doing right here. Doing Conquest models, Dwegham. I haven't had any issues with Conquest figures. I know I'm usually the person who recommends, like, just wash everything. I don't wash their styrene sprues. I wash their resin figures, absolutely. I would say if you try a few more things, try washing it more thoroughly, try just using, like, hand soap and water. Definitely use soap if you're doing plastic figures. And if you continue to have an issue with it, I would try another primer, like grab one of the sample bottles of Steinelres or Vallejo. Try that and see if you have the same issue. That'll at least narrow down if it's part of your prep work or if it's the primer itself. I mean, with just, like, the wood and the head left to go, like, I'm really fucking happy with this paint job for how stupid easy this is, you guys. I realize this is probably not the most exciting thing to watch on a paint stream. Someone going, look how lazy I am. I'm really happy with this kind of middling result. I'm just saying I have this huge log of models ahead of me that I need to paint, all to a relatively reasonable standard, and this is fucking good enough. Like, this is exciting to me. I've tried a lot of things, and this is my greatest return on time invested so far, which is very exciting. Because I really don't care about these models looking amazing, they just need to look good enough. Wish the new AP airbrush primer wasn't so dang difficult to find. Really likes the paints with my airbrush. I've been considering grabbing a couple of those new AP airbrush paints because I've heard good reports out of a few people now. And I have kind of run my Vallejo airbrush paints out at this point. I'm at a point where I need to refresh a few colors. I might as well make them AP. Like, I like this better than standard acrylic dry brushing because I can be much more gentle with it, and I can be much more precise. I refresh my brush a lot less, and I feel like I have greater control over my final results. I am indeed PSK. Stila, when you've got, like, because these militia dudes, like, I have to do 36 of the bowmen and then another 18 of the guys with spears. And the faster I can do it, the happier I'm gonna be. So this is just fine. Not to mention, this is the kind of painting where if I really want to zazz up a model, I want to add a few extra details, it's real easy to come in after the fact and do that. This leather gorget is maybe the one part of the model that doesn't take this method very well. I'm just going to keep practicing with it. Like that color base for leather based on what I've seen at Ren fairs and stuff. Yeah, leather can be a lot of different colors depending on what animal it comes from and what you tan it with. But I like a nice sort of ruddy look for my tanned leathers. This is batch painting quality. That's something to remember too. When you're doing leather, you can take it in a lot of different directions. I would choose the color of leather you do based on what other colors you have on your models, what's going to contrast well. If you've already got a lot of red, you can go kind of a yellow tan direction. That should work pretty well. If you've already got yellows, you can go more ruddy, more red. Yeah, like veggie tan yellow. It's a bit more modern, but there's nothing wrong with it. Not Vegemite yellow, no. Vegemite nothing. Under no circumstances should anything be Vegemite, even Vegemite. Unless you're Australian, I guess they love that shit down there. I'll probably come in and do some lining on this guy to differentiate the leather and linen after the fact, but this is phenomenal for how little work I'm doing. You love Vegemite? Oh no. Oh no. You know, a lot of people love Vegemite. It's a whole cultural thing, but it's just, maybe it's like if you ate it as a kid, it makes more sense. I didn't. And so now, at this point in my life, I can't eat it. I mean, that's a lie. I can eat it. I don't enjoy it. I've tried it, even relatively recently. It just, I don't know. Do an airbrush for the primes. Always an airbrush. I do all my priming with airbrush. I don't do anything rattle can anymore. I think that an airbrush is a worthy investment if all you're gonna do with it is prime. Like, if that's the sole task, priming and varnishing, it's still worth every penny. More of my Terra Rosa here. Right. Touch of white. I feel like I'm a blight at this point on the oil painting fad revolution. Everyone's like, you can get amazing results. Look at these incredible blends you can do with oils, all the complex colors. And I'm like, let's dry brush with it. Let's do the dumbest thing we possibly can. Look what a lazy asshole you can be. You're not wrong.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Did you sculpt it as well? Jane Mini, not this. Not this figure that I am working on here. I do have some. that, depending on how much time I spent on these tonight, I was going to work on a little bit. These Battletech figures are my sculpts. This one, who was the first one I tried this technique on, that actually worked out pretty well in my opinion. I really like how he came out. And then this guy, which is the one I really need to actually get more paint on. Yeah, I do quite a bit of sculpting. Lately we've been doing even a little bit of it on the stream. Not much so far, but I get very self-conscious when I'm actually working. I'm trying to get over that. Yeah, it is just about time for the storm report. So we're gonna get to that here in just a second. Before we do, I need to take a short bio break to get something to drink. Stretch my legs for just a second. So I'm gonna get up and do that, and I'll be right back, and we'll just launch right into the storm report as soon as I sit back down. How does that sound? Jane Minnie, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I do try to make a point of painting the things that I sculpt on the stream now and then, but I got so many models to work on that can't possibly comprise the entirety of everything I'm doing. Yeah, this method still needs some practice, but I mean, considering how easy this is to do, I'm pretty happy with how it's looking. I did this, yes, Data Nerd, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Technically, I did sculpt all of these bases that they're standing on, along with the little magnet recesses, and then the, these trays that they slot down into to match. That is my work. And see, let's take a look at these guys together. These are obviously not done. I need to do the wood, and I need to do the skin, and then a few touches of metal, and I think these minis are what I would call done. But let's just have a look at them in their tray together with even these simple colors on. This is what we have dubbed the regiment effect, because some of the more popular phrases for it are less than kind, but quantity has a quality all its own. You get minis painted up to this standard, all standing in a big block, and they all kind of look better. You know, I'm actually sending these files, Dwegham, off to Steel Warrior here in the near future. The only problem with my magnetized painting grip is that it doesn't work with the bases that I've made, which is ironic. It works with anything that you can base with a washer, which would be essentially all of these ones that I've done for Warcaster. Yeah, it is. But these ones, you can magnetize right down, and then swap off as necessary without having to handle them too much. And of course, the ones that I did with a magnet actually in the base don't work with... you know, the problem is that I'm not like a professional engineer. I'm a fucking mad tinker. So I'm always trying new things, and I try to make them work together when I can. The problem for Gadarung that I have found is that the magnet in the base of this is not strong enough. Like, you can stick it down. You can absolutely stick it down, but it does not have... Am I an idiot? It doesn't have that much hold to it. At least it didn't the last time. It has... Oh, no, there's the problem. It has one magnet in the bottom, which means that it tends to rotate very easily, which makes it very tricky to paint. And I would not put 2 magnets in the bottom of one of these bases, because I don't think that that would work. You need the 1 magnet to the 1 corresponding magnet in the tray. I don't have a solution to that yet. I would like it if these work together better. As it is, you could do this if you just kind of kept 1 finger on the base, but that sort of defeats the purpose of having a paint handle in the first place. And this is going to slide and rotate too easily. It is. Yeah, the idea there, Dwegham, because I made it when I was doing Warcaster models, which I'm still doing. And it's ideal for those because I can, like, take this guy and stick him down to it. And I can be working on him. And then, for instance, over here I've got a Warjack that's on one, so I want to swap this out, but I don't want to remove him, so I just pop the entire puck off. And I swap it for another one that has another model on it. And you can also remove this, and then if you don't want to use the handle, you can just hold this part with your thumb and do the claw grip on the little paint bar. So you've got multiple options when using this set. Yeah, it's something I need to come back around to and add more parts to. I'm always working on like 9 to 10 things at once, and I'm like, I need to come back and re-engineer that component. Well, I'll do that in a week, and then I forget to do it. You know how it is. Alright, folks, give me 1 second. I'm going to take a quick break, stretch my legs, get something more to drink. I'll be right back, and we'll roll right into the Storm Report, so don't go anywhere. Alright, let's do a little cleanup. Roll right into the report, shall we? This oil palette is another one of the file sets. I think the deck box, the paint handle, and the oil palette, these files are all going to go to Steel Warrior at the same time. Probably be able to pick all of them up for, like, what amounts to a tip. You buy me a cup of coffee, you'll get all the files you need to print all these you want, along with the usual amount of support that I give, which is probably an unreasonable amount. Like $3-4. Get all the printable painting accessories you could possibly shake a brush at. As with pretty much everything that I make, it's just stuff that I make for myself, and if you'd like to have it too, well, I'd like to make that possible. God damn it, Arcrave. God damn it, I almost fell for what you were just writing. Like, I read it and I thought, no, he didn't really, and you, sir, are full of shit. Dry brushes, put you in the trash. You can go in the trash too. Set you. Why are there so many things on my desk right now? Why is Judge Dredd, like, I literally have, as you say that, I've got my Judge Dredd figure just on my desk here. It doesn't belong here. I don't know why it's here, but, you know, there it is. Make a good brush holder too. What makes a good brush holder, for Godarung? I'm trying to think of, like, what I would do. Because, like, my favorite brush holder is this Winsor & Newton pot. I found this at, like a thrift store. I'm trying to think what I would do to a brush holder if I was going to 3D print one. No, Arcrave, you couldn't possibly think that I was talking about Sylvester Stallone's Judge Dredd from 1995. When I told you to watch that movie, I very specifically said, watch the movie Dredd from 2013 with Carl Urban. I remember that I said it. That's not the sort of mistake that I would make. It's not believable. I would never suggest to anyone that they watch 1995's Judge Dredd with Sylvester Stallone without it being understood that it was mostly for laughs. Want something to hold them near horizontal but accessible and secure. Let me think about that for Godarung. Maybe I could come up with something. We could have a whole package. I'm going to let this cure a little bit longer, but we're real close to putting the very final finishing touches on our dear friend Sanguini. Just finishing up his base at this point. And I gotta say, for the brief amount of time we worked on this tonight, I'm really, really happy with this. There's obviously little touches that need done. The wood, the bows, the bowstrings, the arrows, and the little bits of metal and skin tone. Like the little buckle across his chest there and everything. Like, a couple of little details on each of these guys. But as far as covering 90% of the model, to a point that I'm happy with, yeah. This is pretty good stuff. This is what I'm gonna be doing for all of my militia. There are things about Stallone's Judge Dredd that I actually do like, but they're individual moments and ideas. Overall, the movie's a pile of shit. Arcrave, you're not fucking with me? You literally looked for Judge Dredd and you just watched the Stallone one? I'm sorry. I never meant for that to happen. Yes. It came out in, was it 2012, 2013? It must have been right on the cusp there. It's just called Dredd. And it stars Carl Urban, and it is a completely different caliber of film. It is categorically different. It is an order of magnitude removed from that mess that was 1995's Judge Dredd. One of the most significant aspects of Judge Dredd's bizarre little cartoon character that he is that he literally, like Judge Dredd in the comics, never takes off his helmet. You might note that in the beginning of 1995's Judge Dredd, the first thing Stallone does is take off his damn helmet. And it's like, what are you doing? No! Dredd doesn't have a face. That is his face, is that horrible helmet that he wears. Karl Urban never takes his helmet off in the entire fucking movie. He's a bro. But yeah, we did this with Steel a Rebel a little while back, and I was really, really happy with this paint job. Stallone's version of the costume is much closer to the comic book version of the costume, though it has a big golden codpiece for no good reason. Found a shake weight in the thrift store. Speaking of Karl Urban, we found a shake weight in the thrift store. Speaking of Karl Urban, we found a shake weight in the thrift store. Okay, thank you for helping me with the connection there. I was like, what? What? Oh yeah, that's right. And then we cut to Karl Urban with the shake weight going like that. Yeah, okay. I remember now. Behold, my stuff. It is, oh my god, Arcgrave. I don't have any clips from it queued up. I don't have any clips from it queued up, or I would play it, like, right fucking now. The best I can do is a clip from the Chronicles of Riddick, because it also has Karl Urban in it. I realize that doesn't help. Yes. It is much, much darker. Much more violent. It's a brutal movie, and, just watch it. Just watch it. Karl Urban's Dredd is one of my favorite. You know what? I'm gonna. Everybody knows what I'm about to do except for you. I'm gonna do it though. You see, every now and then on the stream, it becomes imperative for me to illustrate exactly how much it is that I liked 2012's Dredd. This is unfortunately, this and the badge, the badge, the belt buckle, and a couple of screen-used props that I got from the auction after the movie was made, are all that I have of the costume, but I did have the full Judge's leathers, and it was an actual leather costume from the 2012 movie. And I wore that to a convention where I actually met Karl Urban, and that was one of my favorite times. That was fucking amazing. I've got pictures from it, Arcgrave. I'll be happy to share them on the Discord if you want to see them. This is the helmet that he wears in 2012's Dredd. This isn't actually the helmet that Karl Urban wears. The detailing on this, the damage, the dent on this side, the scar across the badge on the forehead. This is the helmet of another judge in the movie called Judge Lex. And it is obsessively accurate, because that's apparently how I do. Now, if you'll excuse me for a moment, I can actually see pretty well in this as far as walking around goes, but as far as reading what the hell's going on in chat, less so. And I also can't wear my monitor with this on, so... There we go. Yeah, RoboCop was originally meant to be a Judge Dredd movie. RoboCop was conceived as an actual Judge Dredd movie. The licensing never came through, and then the original version of RoboCop really, really leaned into the Judge Dredd look. And then later, they refined that into its own thing. But the humor, the black humor in RoboCop is very much in line with how Dredd is supposed to be. I do not look weird without glasses. I look totally normal without glasses. What are you talking about, White Wolf? I mean, I assume that I do. I can't see myself because I can't see without them, so I assume I look totally normal. I can just relax on my day. You know what I'm going to do real quick? I'm going to knock the dust off my judge's helmet. Because it sits up there and it doesn't get as much love as it should. Pardon me, stream, while I polish my helmet. I really did. I was kind of obsessive with the damage on this. Like, if you watch the movie and pay attention to Judge Lex's helmet, as a clue of how deep into this I went, I still have a can of this red spray paint that's on here. This red spray paint...
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't do it. For the love of God. Don't do it. Welcome in the Outer Circle. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. Lex is indeed the one who shot Dredd. He had the very symbolic scar across his very dirty... This is an actual brass shield that's on the helmet here. This is only... It's just blank on the helmet underneath here. I cut out, formed, sanded all these individual pieces of sheet brass and did the scar myself and then dirtied and weathered it up. And then you got these ones here. His judge's helmet was particularly dirty and battered, like he'd been wearing it for a particularly long time. The dust is no effort weathering. Easy. Yeah, I'll just seal it down. Great idea. But yeah, so I just want to say this red. We got one of the original color swatches from the production set of Dredd, and we had it replicated, and we had 10 cans of spray paint made, and I got 2 of them. I used one of them, I still have the other one. By now, I don't even know if it's still good. I just, I hold on to it because it's a one-of-a-kind sort of item. But, you know. I've got it. That's what matters. I even have the 2 dents on the back, which you'll only see in 1 or 2 scenes in the movie. But he has them. All in all, I'm very, very proud of this helmet. By the way, you can see out of this better than you'd think. One of the big things people said about this when we were making the helmets and replicating the costumes was that this X, it's dumb. You can't see with the X there. Interestingly enough, when you put this on, your eyes are here and here. This completely disappears into your peripheral vision. I was shocked. I expected this to be a sacrificing plausibility for the sake of looking good, but really, you can't see this. You see right fine from, or I at least see fine from here and here. Outer Circle, you're fucking with me. I follow the developments on Dredd and the production thereof. As far as I know, no such thing has been approved. They have been trying to do a Netflix series for a long, long time. The only thing they ever got traction on was doing a follow-up comic book series. And at this point, even if they did, I doubt they could get Alex Garland to come back. And Alex Garland was a large part of the reason that movie worked as well as it did. I got to hang out with Carl Urban for a while and bullshit about the movie, which was an incredible experience for me. But one of the things he told me was... It was, Pete Travis was the director and Alex Garland was the writer. He's like, Alex Garland directed the movie. Pete Travis's name was on it and he was the director, but it's Alex Garland was there every single step of the way and really did most of the direction. Which I think explains why the movie is so tight. Because everything Alex Garland does is incredibly tight like that. Yeah, Alex had said that he had 3 movies slated. He wanted to do a trilogy, and they would have involved The Cursed Earth, and they would have involved Judge Death at some point, which is just such a crazy departure from the grounded world they made. I'd be very curious to see how that went. Outer Circle, by the way, thank you for the follow. I don't know if I thanked you yet. Welcome to the stream. There's always room here for a Dread fan. Alright, you know what? We gotta do the storm report, though. I've put it off for too long. Let's get going.
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorp paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's storm report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Tonk report indeed. I'm gonna eat some fruit snacks while we do this. Delicious little sugar nuggets. Oh. Is it the black screen? Oh, I know why. I know why it's the black screen. Same reason it was last time. Because we did the Supercell report. And I swapped it over and I never swapped it back. Easy fix. There we go. Yes. Yep. I just got a new box of them to take home. I found a box of these that I had left in my cabinet for like 6 months. And I was like, are they still good? They should be, right? I opened them up. They were all discolored and unpleasant looking. And I'm just such a shameless fucking scav that I ate them anyway, and they tasted just fine. I'm not a proud man. And I love my fruit snacks. Alright. Let's have a look. The only new Dread info is that Olivia Thirlby would be happy to play Anderson again. That's good to know. Like, Outer Circle, I don't think it's ever going to happen at this point. I feel like that ship has sailed. But Olivia Thirlby was amazing in that movie. And I tell people, and I'm going to tell you this, Arkrave, because now you're at least loosely familiar with the character of Judge Dredd. First of all, go watch the new movie. It's amazing. But something to keep in mind as you watch it is, Judge Dredd is the titular character, but he's not necessarily the antagonist. Not the antagonist, not necessarily the protagonist of the movie. The character that you should probably identify the most with as a human being is Judge Anderson. And if you view the whole movie as kind of like you through the eyes of Judge Anderson observing Judge Dredd, it works better, because you probably shouldn't sympathize with Dredd on almost any level. He is a monster, and he is very unsympathetic, truthfully. Yeah, I like that part too, Dwagcom. That's one of my favorite scenes, is when he headbutts him with his helmet. Can't execute a perp on 99%. Save me a lot of paperwork if you just confessed right now. Oh, man. Yeah, Lena Headey was also fantastic. Also, Donald Gleason, who many of you may know as General Hux from the Star Wars sequels. He was also in Ex Machina, another Alex Garland movie. That movie and would have been why I had higher expectations for General Hux as those movies went forward. And I actually thought that Donald Gleason did a really, really good job in the first of the Star Wars sequels. And everything after that, he just got turned into a joke. But I don't blame him for that. That was the writing. His performance was just fine. Alright, let's have a look at what we have up here. First from Cav, Tankerous Miniatures. Would you look at that? I've got first for Sunday, and I'll take it. Ladies and Mentalgen, the moment everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived. I humbly present the final stage of a labor of love, sweat, and cooperation. Ooh, do I want to see this? Between myself, Project Dark Fox, and Kursala, the first ever painted Kiernan main battle tank. Also, this is the Kiernan Report. The Kiernan Report. And a mandatory PSA. Audio is royalty-free, provided by Carl Casey /Whitebat Audio on YouTube. That's whitebataudio.com. You're assuming I have my audio set up to play. We'll find out if I do or not. Hold up. I'm doing something terrible. You need pretzel. Sorry. Ooh. apologize. I apologize for blasting your eardrums out. That's probably more reasonable. It's a damn good choice of music. I love that style of synth. And damn is it ever a good looking tank. Cav Tankerus. I have always loved the design of this as you guys were working on it. But it has come out so nicely. The asymmetrical turret, the combination of different weapon types, the missile pods hanging off the side with what looks like their own axle, that little bit of mesh on the back that you sculpted up that actually seems like it prints really nicely. This is a damn good looking tank. I guess I should read what Kursala wrote here. With Cav Tankerus Miniatures having shown off his fancy version, I can finally share the prototype I've been sitting on for weeks. It's hard to see in this image, but I started with a dark blue, then dry brushed it with some yellows to get very green edges. It was a fun experiment, though I probably won't do it again. Anyone else see a smiley face? I guess there's a little bit. I think it's mostly the shadow, but I do see a bit of a smiley face. Which makes me think that Kursala should go in there and freehand "Have a nice day" on the side of it. Wouldn't that be a nice touch? Just the sheer number of weapon turrets on this thing. The big primary cannon, the little double las up on top, the extra lasers over on the side, the one kind of hunkered in the middle, the dual SRM-4 boxes. Like, this thing is loaded for bear. Yeah, the turret is so jam-packed full of hurt. Very cool. Very fucking cool, Cav Tankerus. It's a good feeling, isn't it? Really, like, concepting something that's your own. There's sculpting up something that somebody else has made. That's all well and good. But really reaching into the ether of creativity. God damn it. I want this bag open. Reaching in with your bare hands and pulling out something original and then making it happen in reality and having it look this good. Fucking great work. I'm gonna have to get my hands on some of these Kiernans. I'm doing more tank painting lately, trying to get some of MCC's stuff up. I might as well add this to the queue. Lovely. Lovely. You know... Sorry, my eyelid keeps itching. You know, when you say it like that, you might have a point, White Wolf, but I didn't think of that until after I'd already used my teeth, so here we are. You know? It might end up joining the first Free World Guard, Cav Tankerus, and I hope you're okay with that. Let's have a look now at what we got from Rockin' Robin Workshop. Here you go. Frank the Plant or Audrey too, if you want. I do want. I'm gonna go with Audrey, because it's so clearly inspired by Audrey. It's hard to get over. Are there horrible corpses mingled in with his roots? Are there, like, desiccated bodies being consumed? That's much darker than I expected, somehow, from this model. Like, intertwined with, like, this guy over here, who's, like, partially propped up by one of the roots with it sort of jammed through his rotting corpse. That's, wow. That's much darker than I expected from a DC Universe model. Ooh, yeah, the eyes look particularly good. I'm curious, Rockin' Robin, are these just plain spheres? Or do they have the irises sculpted onto them at all? It looks like they're just plain spheres, and you did this freehand. That would be my bet. It looks wonderful. I particularly like this little blend on the lips into the green, and then this sort of deep magenta purple red that you have for the tongue. The whole head area looks really great. The deep shadows underneath the foliage around the main bulb, and then the nice bright green on that frill. It helps center the model so nicely. The pupil's on there, but that's it. Okay, so there's just like a little dot, and then the rest of it was you. Well, I gotta say, the iris looks excellent. The way you have just that little bit of shine up here, and the shadow down here. It really gets across that it's supposed to be just a little wet, you know, a little glossy, without just being like covered in gloss paint, which is not an answer that I particularly like. This is a really cool model. Damn well done, Robin. Damn well done, and thank you for sharing that. And folks, Rockin' Robin Workshop has been doing some streams of his own lately, so I highly suggest you follow him here on Twitch, and he has his own art channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord that you should also check out, particularly if you're interested in seeing some of his other, like, Batman, DC Universe-related figures. He has done a lot of them, and he only gets better with each one. Here we have from Nano Tanks, a handful of orcs. These will represent black orc blockers and a black orc team, hence 6 of them. Oh, are we doing these for Blood Bowl? Oh, these are like savage orcs. I like these figures. Wait, who did these figures? These aren't GW. They've got like a Polynesian islander look to them, don't they? With the like the fronds around the shoulders. And it looks like maybe like coconut bark on the arm there. They have definitely have like an islander look to them, and it looks like maybe you've sculpted them so they're standing on beach sands. That's very much the feeling I'm getting from them. Nasty, savage-looking motherfuckers, though. Are there little shellfish? See, like little horns. Or am I missing shellfish? Oh, like on there. Okay. They're really, really cool. I'd be very curious to know where these figures came from, Nanotanks. Because these are some of the more interesting orc designs I've seen in a while. I like their little top knots, too. Definitely get like a Polynesian islander thing from them. Looking for a manufacturer. If you can find out, I would love to know. Fantastic work on those. Here we have from the POV 42. Been working on this project for a while as the final highlight of my now completed Ghost Bear Trinary. Many thanks to Metalcore Collectibles, for both the Blitz and the absolutely absurd inspiration to magnetize 3 different configurations for this Mad Dog 3. You say, Mad Dog, all I see is a vulture. Yeah, if you let him talk you into it, man, he'll get you to magnetize every damn thing. I guess I can't complain too much about this because he did such a good job on it. I love the inclusion of these SRM6 boxes from, these are from the Hammerhead? Or the Oryx. I think probably the Hammerhead. Punga miniatures. I have not heard of them. I'm gonna have to check that out. Nanotanks, would you post a link in any seemingly appropriate channel on the Discord and go ahead and tag me in it? Because I'd like to take a look at that later. I don't know if it's something I would dive into, but I'm curious to see what they've worked on. Really nice work on this vulture all the way around. Good color choices. I love the gray and the blue. Good job on the snow down there on the base. And yeah, the magnetization is slick. It looks like these missile boxes are separate, so you pull these off. Like these magnetize down to the shoulders, and then you pull them off, and then you've got magnets up on top where you can put down these other weapons. That's pretty cool. Really nice work on this. The Vulture's one of my favorite clan mechs. I don't know, it's simple, it's straightforward, and it's been featured in, you know, one of my favorite cutscenes. Okay. Really well done. The magnetization is not obvious at all. Like, when it just has the standard missile box side torsos on, I would expect with something like this that, like, I could tell this was a separate piece that came off, like there'd be a gap or something, but honestly, that fits down nice and flush. Really well done, POV. Here we have from Squared, Black Knight is done. I think it turned out pretty good. The prime, dry brush highlights, glaze, then detail method worked out pretty good for something I just messed around with during my lunch breaks. Yeah, this looks nice. You always have to, when you're assessing a paint job, you always have to take into account, like, what was my end goal? How much time did I invest in it? What's my return on investment? And for something that is as fairly straightforward and simple to do as the paint scheme you described and refined here, this is a fantastic result. I maintain that the glaze job on the top of the model really came out well as far as shading the plates well. With this, like, this nice dark spot that fades up towards your highlight right in the center of the chest. It's remarkably effective. A lot of times contrast jobs don't come out this clean. And then the little splashes of color go a whole long way. Wonderful. Wonderful work, Squared. Coming down, coming down, coming down. We have from Kev Tankerous Miniatures, because I can have more Kieran goodness. I am not going to complain. This is such a good looking tank. It is both, it has a certain simplicity to it that's appealing. Like the body of the tank, the chassis of the tank is really straightforward. There's not a lot of complexity to the, like, ablative side armor or the angled front armor, but the turret is where all the focus goes, and it is so pleasing in its asymmetry. Umdrag, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. This is just a delight. And there's a little antenna on it, too. Woohoo, how about that? What'd you use for an antenna? Got a bunch of parts on the printers now, so I should have them listed by this weekend. Fucking fantastic. So it's going to be for sale through Rainy River, Kursala? Because y'all can always hit ! Rainy River in chat to get a link over to Rainy River Designs, where you can find so many cool things. You can find miniature paints, you can find basing supplies, you can now find models, you can get washes, glazes, you can get Thunderhead Studio merch, you know, and I'm just going to throw that out there too. You get like a mug that says Thunderhead Studio. I don't know why you would. I don't know why you'd want something like that, but if you did, you could get something cool like a hoodie, you know, that says Thunderhead Studio. Why not just, you know, toss it into your order? Pretty soon, it's going to be a one-stop shop for everything you could possibly need. Might offer some to SWS at some point if he wants it. I mean, talk to him. He's been carrying more and more from a surprising number of distributors. Lovely, lovely work all the way across the board, boys. I can't wait to get my hands on one. Here we have from Manro Fasal, finished my Space Marine Adventures minis. Ooh. These came out nice. Considering their source and their style, I really love the use of the particularly bright, vivid colors on these guys. They wind up coming across kind of like Power Rangers, and I find that incredibly appealing. We have our Ultramarine, our Salamander, our Blood Angel, I'm gonna guess? Space Wolf, Imperial Fist. Nicely done all the way across the board. I particularly like the sort of charcoal skin tone on the Salamander and the classic blue that we have on the Space Wolf. Very, very nicely done, Manro. Here we have from DFW Dweghome, my Thane leader. Played around with airbrushing the blue, masking with Silly Putty, airbrushing purple, masking again, airbrushing the charred bone, then touching up. Got some paint lines where it butted against the putty, so maybe won't do that next time. You can always just clean that up. You can always, a couple little touches by hand will clean that up. But, you know, you got to devote a certain amount of time when you're starting an army, Dweghom, and I think this is where you're at right now. You got to devote a certain amount of time to just figuring out, like, what is my batch painting method? And you're going to go through a few models that maybe you don't like as much. You're going to mess a few things up, but eventually you're going to get that perfect formula. And when you have that formula, you just move forward and apply it to every single model along the line. Oh, let's see. You also need to figure out how to get the head on properly. I haven't figured that one out myself. Just for life, like myself. I assure you the yellow on the panels is very orange in person. Yeah, taking pictures of minis can often wash that out, particularly when you have a nice bright light source. I can see that, yeah, you're doing more shading on the blue, and that helps a lot. That extra shading just to help the bright spots kind of mean more visually and pick out the armor plates definitely helps. If I can make a comment on your choice of metals here, I would go with the silver here if you're going to go with red hair. And I only say that because you've got this incredibly warm red hair, and then you've got gold against it. And these two colors just visually sort of blend together. If you want these to stand out, I would go with a cooler color like your blue or a gray blue right here. The further you get away from warm colors, the more gold you should use. Like, I think these actually work pretty well because they're right next to the blue. But that's maybe the only thing that stands out here is something that's like, I would change that thing. I like the bits of sort of gold back here too. Based with sapphire, the triad base with the blue, then dry brushed the mid-tone. This is definitely coming along. This is definitely coming along, Dweghom. This is going to be a nice, unique looking army. You keep carrying this method forward, and keep practicing. And I'll tell you, rank and flank armies, when you got to paint a lot of infantry, they're a great opportunity to practice. I would just accept that the first few models you do are not going to look as good as the last few models you do, but just keep working through them, because the more you do, the more your technique will refine. Looking fucking fantastic, though, Dweghom. Here we have from Mafik, time to go home, little ones. Slime Shepherd are like actual shepherds. but different. Slimes often visit numerous villages, cities, or towns to eat or clean, and they easily get lost. That's where the Slime Shepherd comes in, to guide them out of the place and return them to their habitat. Fun fact, that hat with a void crystal on it works as a light. Man, I want a light up crystal hat. That seems... How does one wind up in this job? Like, I understand in this world that Mafik has created, slimes are very common. In fact, we have quite a variety. We have quite a variety of slimes over here. I know that we've named a number of these. I can't remember the name of this one. We had a whole piece of art devoted to it. We have like a bear slime? Is it like a raccoon slime? This is like Mario when he eats the leaf or whatever and turns into a raccoon man. We have like a little angel slime. We have like a crystal slime. We have a spiky slime. This is the one that you spit out and it hits whoever's first in the race. We have some kind of monstrous slime over here. This gentleman appears to be eating something. Tanuki, if it's Mario. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. This is whatever, like I've played Mario in the last 15 years. Raccoon slimes, devil slime. Okay, yeah. Raccoon slimes. What the fuck? What dark alchemy of nature yields a raccoon slime? So my question is, how does someone wind up a slime shepherd? You're like wandering through life, and you're like, this guy over here, he's a thatcher, he repairs roofs. This guy over here, he's a smith, he makes horseshoes. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna shepherd some slimes. Is it just what happens naturally? Like, you get a bunch of slimes in your house, and you're like, I gotta get these fucking slimes out of here. So you, like, get good at kind of herding slimes, and then one day you're like, this is what I'm gonna do with my life. I like the crystal hat, in particular. That stands out. The slimes do appear to be adorable. I guess I could see, like, it's sort of like a cat person, you know? At a certain point, you just accept that your life is going to be dominated by these creatures because you love them so much. Most of them were once sheep shepherds from their past lives. Oh, okay, it comes very naturally to them. Mafik, I always love these little glimpses into this world, Mafik. And I always like the slimes. I like that I now know there's such a thing as a raccoon slime, and this is what it looks like. This just... There's so... I'm so dead inside. There are so few things in this world that are, like, cute and make me smile anymore, but the raccoon slime, yeah. That makes me smile inside. It's just delightful. Mafik, thank you for sharing, man. Let's keep coming down here. We have from Magnatorious Maximus, our very own Metalcore Collectibles. I don't know why I do this to myself, but I went and made myself my own unit cards for my Necromunda Palpatine Enforcers that fit in standard card sleeves and Google Sheets. Can I just interrupt for a second? To note, the pink one has a halo? Yeah, what... Mafik, what's the deal with the pink slime with a halo? I'm curious. I have whatever this disease is too. Cybrin. I don't know what it is. I will do huge amounts of work for precise organization of shit that I will use like once or twice and then just sort of file away to keep my games organized. Make myself individual unit cards for things that have unit profiles on pages or in matrices. Like, I don't know why I necessarily do it, but I just want to let you know, you're not alone. It's a sickness. But if nothing else, I appreciate your work. Went and used Photoshop to make a second set of cards with relevant rules on the back, but wait, there's more. See the bottom right there? Looks like just another rules reference, but if you take it out of the sleeve. By the way, what this indicates to me, MCC, is that you should be working in game design, because this is the kind of thing that you could potentially get paid for in the right circumstances. But yeah, look, we got Carver's card here. Wait, hold on, let me pull up a larger version of this, because I'm curious. Armored undersuit, flak armor, layered flak armor, assault shield. Oh, is that just like general rules for the whole team? Interesting. Oh, God. I took allergy medication earlier and knocked me out and worked for a while, and now the nose itch is returning, like, right now. Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy. Oh, it folds out. Oh, I see. That's... Wow. I'm just saying. You could get paid for this sort of... Oh, I see. We have a video of it actually. Oh my god, it's more in-depth than I thought. MCC, you need to be working for a major game company, because what you need is just like one person who's in charge of you who goes, "That's a cool idea. The booklet should only be 2 pages, but that's a cool idea." Someone to just reel you back to that perfect Goldilocks zone of the game aid, but the ideas are so damn solid. Here we have from Ren Momo, "If only there was a katana." You could get a katana. You could get a katana and print it out. I like the shoulder pads though. The sort of Kabuto and Mempo style Space Marine helmets that you're doing on this team continue to be some of my favorites. I have a better view of the backpack on this guy. I can definitely see how this is different. We could probably find you a katana, Ren. There has to be an easily printable one on like Thingiverse that would work for something like this. Something with just like a slightly futuristic sort of basket hilt to it, probably. Either way, it's coming along. Skin tone looks nice. Excellent work, Ren. Keep it up. I'm allergic to bullshit, Sheza. Oh, here we have from O'Coral. "The longer you look, the better it gets." It's hot dogs. Baked beans, slices of American cheese in hard taco shells. I gotta be honest, Vergatavrung, I'm not saying, like, I'd be excited about this, but I would eat this. If you put this in front of me, like, I wouldn't be like, "Oh, this is the greatest meal you've ever made me, thank you so much." I'd be like, "Oh, this is weird." I would eat it, though. It might not even be terrible. It probably wouldn't be good. It could be good, though. The biggest problem I'm having here is that those slices of American cheese aren't melted, and at least the hot dog closest to the camera looks cold. If everything here was a hot ingredient, that's just every sausage, Sheza. Come on, that's not fair. Let's not dwell on this. Let's keep going. The crunchy shell is fine. It's the slice of American cheese. Yeah, it just does it melt or just deform slightly? It takes on the shape of whatever you heat it in. How far are we through the report? I should eat more fruit snacks. Yeah. You should never use American cheese for anything. It's terrible. Here we have from Kursala. Looks like it's turning into the Kiernan report now. Here's the final test print before starting the production models. Just need to get the listing finished, start packing. It should be ready to go out this weekend. Damn exciting. The turret is set up to accept magnets, though they're not required. The cannons and lasers can pitch up to 30 degrees. The rocket pods can rotate 360 degrees. And the dual MG is on a sub-turret sponson that can be twisted to whatever angle you want before gluing. Oh, that's nicely broken up. I didn't realize that there were so many individual parts on this. All nice and clean, too. Really appreciate that all of these weapons are broken down this way. The sheer amount of posability and the magnet-friendly nature of this socket are a delight. I particularly think that on tank models, being able to do this particular magnet for the turret, just because I always love being able to turn the turret to face whatever it is I'm firing at when I'm playing. Lovely. That wasn't on Cavs tanks, that one was solid. Okay, so the production model is a little bit more involved, and it looks fantastic, Kursala. Really nice work on that. Here we have from Larabik. This was my day today. 4-player Warhammer 8th edition game. High elves and ogres versus beastmen and savage orcs. Felt great to drop dice again. Getting some of that classic fantasy rank and flank in. Oh man, do I miss Warhammer Fantasy. Oh man, do I miss the good old days of Warhammer Fantasy. That is a full table. Those are battle lines just going to be mashing into one another. Good looking board too. It's one of those foam tile boards that people make. God, yeah, the nose itch is really coming back with a vengeance. I'm gonna try to wrap this up before I start sneezing again, guys. I'm sorry. Larabik, I'm glad you got some gameplay in today, man. I hope you had fun. Here we have from Sheza, painted up this xenomorph mailbox flag for a friend. Yeah, I saw you posted this. Really love the way it came out. The green is lights from the space vessel. Oh, yeah, a little reflection there. Nice work on this. I like how the print lines actually kind of work in with the overall design. Like, they seem very natural, don't they? With that sort of biomechanoid, Giger-esque, classic alien style. I like how you made the teeth really stand out, too. They always did when they were exposed. This is gonna get a funny look or two from a mailman. I love it. I love it. Yeah, that is something I was just thinking, Data Nerd. If it is in PLA, well, it could soften and deform from the sun. It doesn't look like it has many thin parts. Unless this is also PLA. Like, I would take the actual flag body, I would make this out of something else, like aluminum, and have this be just one piece that kind of slots onto the end, because this piece shouldn't deform a lot in the sun. It doesn't have that much deformation that it could do. It might a little bit. As long as this piece is something that is going to be fine. It's something to consider. Here we have from Sam Mini. Oh no, started a little Empress OG Men today. Oh, Empress of Men. I've seen this model. This got advertised to me a few times. The gender-bent emperor who doesn't wear pants. I mean, I'm okay with this. I'm perfectly fine with this. It looks like, man, that face looks so natural. Skin tones and faces are a big weakness of mine, but that face looks so real, doesn't it? Like, it's a good sculpt, first of all. But just the lighting on it is so incredibly natural. To my eye, it just reads as a real face, which is the goal, really. Of course, I'm not surprised with it coming from Sam Mini, who is just going to be, between like him and Gus Schultz and a few other painters who post on here, it's my own personal hell of like, one day, Sam Mini, this looks fantastic, man. I'd very much like to see more posts on this as you continue working on it, because I've seen this figure before. I don't know that I've seen any of them fully painted, and I'd love to see what you do. You have a lot of what I'm guessing is going to be non-metallic metal to work up here. Really, really ornate with fleur-de-lis and laurels and all kinds of stuff, and like this little mantle around the shoulders. I really want to see where this goes. We've already got an interesting mix of blue and red, orange, sort of crimson fabric. Yeah, a shitload of gold. A shitload of gold. Coming down, we have from Unexpected. Puts more shapes into the huge mistake. When will it end? It's such a cool figure, though. I really like the harsh, cartoony style that you're going with here. These clearly defined lines, the cell-shaded rocks. Like, this works. Keep going, man. Everything you're doing so far is working. This is a much more bold style than I would personally attempt. This takes a lot of vision. Yeah, well, you know, it was made in a factory, Dwegham. So, you know, Android 18 just isn't fair at the end of the day. Keep it up. Keep it up, Unexpected. Like, just the work you've done on the rocks here is like, oh man, that would break my brain. Wonderful work. Really good job on the volumetric lighting in that cartoonish style. Here we have from POW Rogue, my alternate pose, Dakahog, with Gabo for sale on my cults. Look for Voxel Forge. I think I've seen some of your work before. This is a really cool model. I like that it's basically a big pig. You've changed some of the proportions to make it more alien, kind of brought out the jaw, brought it down into more of a human jaw instead of a pig jaw. We've got a row of 8 eyes. Reminds me of, what's that damn monster from Super Metroid? The one that would, like, go and come at you, and you had to, like, knock it into the lava, and then the skeleton lunged at you. I can't remember the name of the monster, but the eyes and the head crest in particular remind me of that boss from Super Metroid. I like the big, like, blunt teeth, and then the singular tusk in the back that looks almost like it's capped. I like how it's got, what look like horseshoe, Crocomire, thank you, MCC. He's got, like, horseshoes on, but they're like hobnails, like battle shoes, riveted onto his hooves. And then he's being driven with a set of controls, and he's got some Daka hanging off the side. What a good boy he is. This orc looks remarkably well put together. His equipment all looks like it's manufactured on purpose. How abnormal for an orc. I like how rough the armor is back here with his extra little plate on there. Damn. Nice. Nice work, Rogue. Here we have from White Wolf, set up Sunday, Sleeping Eevee Mobile Suit Builder Edition. Nothing quite like firing up a show you enjoy as background noise, Food Wars Season 1, while you go through your 5-step nub removal sanding process. Odds are Sazabi won't stand tonight, but we're getting a lot closer to that. Beefy legs? Beefy. And yep, micro wet fiber cloth to clean the dust off the parts in between the sanding steps. You are so methodical, it is a little bit crazy. A little bit, damn, those are big fucking legs. The whole model is huge. Oof. I gotta organize my desk better. Like, I have this thought every single time White Wolf posts a build. I'm like, I gotta organize my desk better. I live in a world of chaos. I love the intricacies on these kits. When you get beneath the armor plates, all these things that, like, if you were, you know, a clever modeler, if you were doing something special, you could leave the armor plates off, you could have it, like, in a repair bay or something like that. You have all these options. The kit itself is just so intricate and so detailed. Mine's just that bad, White Wolf. Just that bad. Here we have from Vergaderung, the post office has misplaced my tufts. Oh no, so no hobby progress just yet. I did get around to organizing my desk and paint collection, setting up my new gamepad, starting on the Catapult Butterbee jumping mod, which I'm excited to see. Set up Sunday. Look at that double light arch. I'm going to say that I'm about 2-3 months out from swapping my light arch for something a little bit more intense. And I've been strongly considering using some aluminum pieces to do something very much like what Vergaderung has going on here. It seems pretty excellent. Not an X. I've never had an X. I had a single small arch. I have a much larger arch right now that has a good number of LEDs in it, but I could go a little bit brighter. I could go a little bit brighter. Loving this over here, by the way, Vergaderung. Isn't 3D printing magic? I'm gonna assume that these are bent aluminum strips, Stila. It's not aluminum, it's plastic screen door track. Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, something flexible, though. So that you anchor it at 2 points, and then the arch is very natural, then you can sort of attach arches, or lights, and everything to the inside of it. I've seen people do it with aluminum. But yeah, I guess plastic would work too, as long as you got something with a little bit of structure to it. 6 square inches of actual space. Like, I wasn't going to comment on the fact that everything is completely full of hobby shit, because, you know, we're all living that reality right now, Captain Gingerbeard. Here we have from Roland, working on a rifleman. I'm really digging the blue you got here. Again, showing very clean work, nice little splashes of yellow. What happened to our photo tent, Roland? At least we got good lights on them. Really, really nice deep blue for the cockpit on this rifleman. Very clean brushwork. Good work on the yellow. Nothing appears splotchy. Roland, it's coming along nicely, man. I'm digging it. Really digging that green that you're working with. Your base green, it looks like we have slightly lighter olive colors worked into a few panels. Either that's the lighting, or you've got some slightly modified green panels, which I actually like the look of. It looks like here, here, and here. It might just be the lighting. That blue, though. Ooh, ooh, that pops nicely. Here we have from Biftron. Here's some work I did on a Kellhound's Wolverine. Black and red. One of the most classic and visually pleasing combos. Nice work on the basing. Clean, simple, effective. Looks like we've also gone with a dark gray or charcoal stripe down the side and a few extra spots there. A little bit on the hip plating. It's a nice vivid red. You didn't go too high with it, and I appreciate that. Red can be very, very tricky to highlight, but you only brought it up so high so it doesn't read as pink or orange, which is often what happens. And that little splash of blue does so much to bring the rest of the paint job together. If I were going to give any tips on where I would go from a paint job like this, because this looks fantastic, it's nice and smooth. The only thing that I would change on this, or rather add to this, not so much change, a few more highlights on the black legs. A few more gray to white highlights on like the tops of the knees, upper surfaces of the thighs will just help the whole model read better, because right now the torso reads amazingly. And also, it might be that our light source is coming from above, and it's just that the legs are in shadow, so what I'm saying could not apply at all. Maybe this is more highlighted than it looks in the photo. But a few more highlights down here, I think. Not a whole lot, just a few more would go a long way to bring the whole model together. I really do love the basing. It's very clean. I've seen a lot of Kellhound's paint jobs. This is one of my favorites. Been doing some work on the legs. Oh, I can't wait to see what you've done. Thank you for sharing that with us. Here we have from White Wolf again. Looks like I won't be finishing up the leg to waist bits, but that's alright. Afterwards it's the backpack and weapons, but once these parts are done, I can technically put the whole thing together. Definitely loving this master grade Sazabi version Katoki. Freaking awesome kit to build with plenty of additional gimmicks, and I'm looking forward to adding a bunch of things once I figure out my overall game plan with such. I feel that way with so many things in my life. Once I come up with a game plan, then everything will work just fine. Evie, that's not, no. You can't be sleeping on the mobile suit. That's not what it's for. This is an inappropriate use of very expensive and delicate technology. Look at all these, like, thrusters and shit. I assume these go into the hip plates, based on the part that you've been working on. Oh, this is going to be a cool one to see. Fully built and assembled against a nice dark background. Can't wait to see it, White Wolf. What? Oh. Oh, no. What? No. Oh, no, I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that at all. Yeah. Languin, thanks for hanging out, man. I'm sorry that's the last thing you got to see. Have a good night, dude. Goes down easy, comes out easier, and fast, too. From Arkrave saying that I enjoy fine beer. Why does the internet do this? Like, I know. I know it's not real. But why does the internet do these things? No one ever even had to think about this. This could have just been one random, insane thought and then gone forever, but someone made it. And, oh my god, oh, Coral with the redemption. Oh, let me go back. Let me click on the thing. Oh, I'm moving towards it. I'm moving towards it. Oh, here we go. Shit, oh, Coral, I'm sorry. Dude, it transitioned before I could do anything, man. This stream runs on a very strict timetable. There are established times. I have no control over it. You might have noticed the storm report starts at the same time every night without fail. If I'm not ready for it, it just does it without me. I'm sorry, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if that's true, Arkrave, but I'm going to choose to disbelieve you. I want you to know it's a choice. I am choosing to disbelieve you. Because to accept that truth would not help my view humanity in a broad sense. Stop saying these things, Vergaderone. No. 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 Let's figure out what we're doing here. Hang on a second. Let me see who's streaming. $46-2 Bongbarian. Teal Security just got going. It looks like Wombat Combat is playing some games, so I think I know where we're going. So let's start things up. Oh, today's been a little weird. You know, those you get knocked out by drugs. You take one of those allergy medication nights and just your brain doesn't work right for the rest of the night. I've been there like the whole night. So thank you guys for weathering the mental storm with me, trying a few new painting strategies and techniques, which I think worked pretty well. We're going to be working some more on this in the near future. Folks, thank you to everybody who came out tonight. Thank you for hanging out. We got a raid early on, met a new streamer, so I really appreciate that. Really, thank you guys for hanging out. I could have not streamed tonight, but I really wanted to get some work done, so I'm glad that I sat down, and I'm glad I got a chance to look at the photos you guys shared, particularly some of those ones from Cav Tankerus. Just unbelievable work on that tank, man. That came out amazing. I'm looking forward to getting one from Kursala. We're going to be back Tuesday the 16th. We'll be doing some terrain painting because I got to get some stuff ready for next week. Thursday, I'm going to be doing some 3D modeling to kind of wrap up this month. We're going to have a break for at least 4 streams, the 21st, the 23rd, the 25th, the 28th. I will not be here. I'll be doing Thanksgiving stuff. I'll be sure to post the first thing we're going to do after that because it might be a movie night. I got to get going. My timer's running out. I'm going to go get something to eat. So I'm going to send you on over to Teal Security. A huge thank you as always to my amazing mods. Until next time, keep on painting.